Right. We should. I think we're live now.
Cool.
Yes. Now we just have to wait for. Oh, let's see what this is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when everyone else is coming on, but I'm thinking we could just start by talking about maybe what books we're reading at the moment, or if there's like anything that we've just read that we've really enjoyed. I feel like that's the best place to start, and then once everyone else is on, then we can introduce ourselves properly.
Yeah, that sounds good. And do you want to start, or are we gonna wait for Maisie and Caitlin to join?
I don't know. It's just Miju's here now, commenting, but she's not actually on the. No, I don't know, because I don't know what else to do. Otherwise, it's like we're just sitting here and waiting. But you know, I'm just gonna maybe I'll just talk about what book I'm reading at the moment. I think.
Yeah,
Oh, their
good.
internet is gone. Their internet's gone. That's why they can't get on.
Convenient.
I feel like it always, especially the first time that you do something, everything goes wrong. Oh, wait. I love you too, Selma. They're gonna keep trying to get in.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll start by saying that I'm currently reading 11/22/63 by Stephen King. I think I've got 100 pages left or something. So, yeah.
Hopefully, depending on speed, you can finish it today.
Well, I think that I think it tends to be roughly the amount of minutes is the amount of pages that I get done, depending on obviously how fast I'm reading. I definitely want to finish it today, because I'm filming my, February wrap up tomorrow. So I want this to be finished for that. And also, I think there's quite a few other people doing reading sprints later today. So yeah, someone's just commented, I don't know how to do this thing. Oh, show. It should come up. There we go. So far, I'm really enjoying it. I think it has the potential to be one of my favorite Stephen King books of all time. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this. And I feel like it's... What?
Sorry, I was just going to say my cousin's girlfriend, she really loves Stephen King books. And it's like one of the only genres that I don't read. I pretty much read a lot, but I just, for some reason, I'm such a wimp when it comes to horror.
Well, the thing is, he gets branded as being just like purely a horror author. I don't know where Yash just went, but he gets almost branded as being just a horror author, but he does a lot of other stuff. This is, if you look it up on Goodreads, it will come up as horror sort of as one of the tags, but it's mainly a weird mixture between like realistic sci-fi, because it's a time travel novel, but it still has like, it doesn't feel super unrealistic, and then also just like historical fiction sort of thing, because it is about him going to the past and trying to stop the assassination of JFK. So it's not like pure horror. So if you're looking, I mean, if you're happy, I'm guessing you read a lot of long books if you like sci-fi, not sci-fi, fantasy. Yeah. So if you're used to long books, then this is actually a really good place to start if horror isn't your favorite.
Okay, I'll give it a look and find out.
Because I understand with people, they think, oh, well, obviously It and Carrie and The Shining and everything sort of gets classified as his most known works. But he does a lot of other stuff. So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
What are you reading at the moment?
I am reading A Court of Silver Flames. I mean, I literally finished A Court of Frost and Starlight like 2 weeks ago. And I read it so quickly, and I've been trying to I had A Court of Silver Flames come out that I pre-ordered, and then I have Chain of Iron that I've pre-ordered as well. And so I'm like trying to read so many books in between and finish it before I get the next book. And so I'm like rush reading everything except for these books. But I'm enjoying it so far. I mean, it's like these ones are centered around my favorite characters a bit more. So I really like that. But yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Oh, we've got a comment from Miju. Is anyone taking part in Mel's 24-hour readathon? I don't think I've seen this one. I feel like March is a big month for readathons at the moment.
I'm actually not. I probably should be, but only because I have so much reading for uni to do that it'd probably be quite useful just to get it all done. But
yeah, I don't. Have you seen? Do you watch Becca in the Books?
I think I might have watched one or two of her videos, but I don't like follow
You should
her.
check her channel out because she's doing what she calls a bookoplathon. So she has like this TBR board game thing based on Monopoly that she uses to create her TBRs. And she's done a couple of them, these bookoplathons before. This year they're doing, or like this month, I think it's from the 20th of March to the 21st or something. So it's like a 48-hour one, and they're doing it completely over live stream. So if you want to
that could be interesting.
Yeah. If you want to get a lot of books, books read in a short period of time, that's a really good idea. So I'm definitely going to try that and vlog it and everything. I feel like
that'd be really interesting.
Really interesting, yeah. Let's see. Miju says she's reading When the Tiger Came Down the Mountain. I literally only just heard about this. I think it's like a series of like really short fantasy books, I think, and I think the main character is non-binary, which is always interesting to hear things like that. And I think I can't remember. Miju would probably be able to help me out on this. I think it's based off of some sort of mythology or like something like that.
Not too sure. I haven't really heard much other than the title, but it sounds interesting, and I love like characters where I don't necessarily relate to something about them. So like if a character's non-binary, I find that really interesting because you see things from like a different perspective, and I guess that's what reading's about.
Yeah, I've heard people saying that they like to read because they can find characters that they relate to, but I think because I've always had quite a like a sheltered life kind of thing. There's nothing. I don't feel super. I don't feel like much of an outcast most of the time. So for me, reading is more like you said, finding characters that you can't relate to on a personal level, but then would be able to read their stories and then hopefully learn more about them.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I guess you can only really do that with certain genres, but I think there's always things, even if it's just like the storyline, like for example, A Monster Calls. That's like a book of, well, it's about like dealing with grief, and it's about how like his mum is suffering from cancer, but he's also in pain as well. And it's just like a story about how it's okay to like feel that pain as well, and it doesn't like lessen the pain of others just by you feeling pain. And that was like the first book that I read that I actually felt like connected to, because I just thought like no one's really said it from that perspective before.
Yeah, I remember, I haven't read it, but I remember it being, I can't remember when it came out, but it must have been a while ago, because I used to be part of like a book club that read the Carnegie award or medal or something. Yeah. It was that we were just reading those books, and I remember that being part of like the selection and hearing about that, and everyone, like, it was a massive thing. And then obviously there's the film. I haven't seen that either.
I mean, I definitely recommend either watching the film or the book, because I mean, it's more like the writing is nothing like extraordinary, but I think definitely the plot is just very like, it's just very well written, because obviously it's supposed to be for children or like young adults. It's just very simply written, and I think there's something just very easy going about that.
Yeah. Have you read The Kite Runner? I haven't, but I think my mum read it. I think she really likes that author.
Do you think I've read it?
I've read one of his books. I think it must be the same author. It's the... Oh, it was one of his more recent ones, or maybe not even that recent. Maybe 5 years ago he published it or something. But I can't
Oh, I
remember
know
what
the
it's called.
author.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to Google it because I have like the memory of a goldfish. No, I know the author, but
Right, if you I don't know. I'm just gonna have a look at these messages that have come up in our group,
yeah.
because lots of us are, or not lots of us, but lots of people are having issues with their internet right now. They're gonna try and reboot the internet, so hopefully they should be there, or here in half an hour-ish. So I'm thinking we could do a reading sprint.
Yeah, sounds good.
For now, and then just see who it is. I'm just gonna pop up this this comment from Miju about the tiger book. I was gonna say The Tiger That Came to Tea, but that's definitely not it.
What's that? The children's book?
Yeah. I feel like
I
I'd love to do a video where I was just like get all those tiny children's books, like the Tiger That Came to Tea, The Big Friendly Giant, The Gruffalo, all those ones. The one about the stick, or whatever it was.
The Gruffalo was my favorite. It's about this character who writes some stories that they hear from different cultures. This one's about tigers telling her story. That's really cool, actually. I like that concept.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
I have to like make a list or something of all the books that come up in this.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot of the people that obviously have got like loads of subscribers, and when they have like a couple of hundred people commenting in their live what they're reading and everything, they say that their like TBR or their books that they need to buy get suddenly so much longer because it's different to just watching. A lot of the time, people that make booktube videos sort of read the same sort of books, whereas I guess if it's just other people that are watching lives and commenting, they have different books they're reading.
Yeah.
And then like this is the last comment. This is from my sister. She said she read a little, and as you can tell, she's not very young. She's not very. Oh my god, she's not very old. So that's why she wrote 2 like that instead of double
the
O.
double O.
I mean, to be fair, it's only me that would point that out. Well done, Selma, for reading. What are you reading, Selma? I want to know that. If there's anyone else here that hasn't commented what they're reading, then I'd like to hear what you guys are reading as well. Okay, it's 18 past now. I'm thinking we could go at 20 past and do like, I don't know, like half an hour or 40 minutes. If it's 40 minutes, it will take us to the hour.
Yeah, and then maybe more people will join and we can do a introduce ourselves and sort all that out.
Do you have any time limits? Like, do you need to be anywhere? I mean, to be fair, I don't know where anyone would need to be right now, but
no, I'm in a lockdown and my closest friend lives like an hour and a half away, so
I can one up you on that. I'm in a lockdown and I literally know no one within the vicinity of like 2 hours.
Okay, got some competition.
But no, to be fair, I'm not a person that leaves the house a lot anyway, so it just means more reading.
See, I've always obviously before lockdown, my coping mechanism was like always going out and being busy, and then lockdown came and I was literally there like, what the hell do I do with my life? But yeah, I've kind of gotten used to it now.
Selma is reading Dirty Bertie. I never read any of those books, but
me neither.
She probably borrowed it off of one of my other siblings. Um,
How many siblings do you have?
what?
How many siblings do you have?
3. So I've got a younger brother and 2 younger sisters.
Nice. The
And they're
oldest.
all, yeah, and they're all like at least 4.5 years younger than me. So, what about you? Have you got any siblings?
I have an older sister. She's like a year and a half older than me. Thankfully, I mean, she loves reading as well. So I've actually accumulated some of like this is our technically our family bookshelf. Because we basically moved. My parents moved to Portugal, right? But they had wanted to leave some of their stuff here, so they left it where I am at the moment. And so I had to sort out. I had to add in everyone's books on the bookshelf, and like all of my family are big readers, except my mom. And so I had to like reorganize. Any books that I didn't like are actually on the other side of the bookshelf, and all the books that I like are like on the front facing forward, and you can't see the other side. But some of these books, like these Patrick Ness books, are my sister's. And basically this whole shelf is my sister's. So it has its pros and its cons. And she has the nice versions of the Mortal Instruments, and I have like the old covers. But so it has its pros really.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, even if I had older siblings, I don't think any of them would be interested in reading anyway. So I'm very much the black sheep when it comes to reading and stuff like that. But anyway, should we? Wait, what?
No, go. You go.
I don't know if there's some sort of what's it called, like lag or something, where we're like behind each other, because I feel like every time I go to speak, you're like, and then every time you go to speak, I'm like,
Yeah, I think there must be some sort of lag.
Right, okay, I don't know what this is. I'll create a banner. We're gonna say read until the hour. How do you even write this? 00? I'm guessing that scroll across the bottom, add banner. Where is it? Show. There we go.
Oh, that's
quite cool.
fancy. I feel like I'm on a news channel.
Yeah, that is sort of what it looks like. I think we can just leave it like that. Yeah. So,
do you know how many people are actually on the live?
watching right now is 6. And I know that at least one of them is a family member, potentially 2, because my cousin said he'd watch it, but I think he was lying.
Gotta love cousins.
Right.
Okay. Should we get going then?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to move up onto my sofa because the floor's not very comfortable and I don't know how long I can sit.
That is completely fine. I will see you after the however many minutes left. Can I mute? Hello. I didn't want to start off too loud, just in case people had headphones on or something.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. It's night here, so it's almost 10
Yeah.
o'clock.
Well, do you usually go to bed late or?
It's Saturday, so I go to bed like around 12, so it's
Okay,
totally
that's fine then. Obviously, I didn't want to keep you. Okay. Maisie and Caitlin should be here in a bit. Obviously, I didn't want to keep you up too late. It's time zones are just annoying, but
I know.
we'll have to just do our best as long as obviously, as I said, the thing is that most people don't want to be doing reading sprints before like 12 o'clock anyway.
Mhm.
So that's sort of why I did it. Now, how in the world do I hide? There we go. Let's look at some comments. There's only been a couple, to be fair. Right. To anyone that's here for a specific person that isn't here, which like there's literally 4 people missing, it's because a lot of people have had issues with their internet. And yes, that would be the answer to if there's someone missing and you wonder where they've gone, it's probably their internet. And hello to Maisie's cousin, I think it was, if you're still here. And also hello to my name twin. I feel like there's a lot. What?
That's my flatmate. Well,
Is it?
when I went to uni, we were supposed to be in a flat, but obviously COVID.
Yeah. No, I feel like there's a lot of Chloe's on Bookstagram. I've just seen a lot of Chloe's.
I think it's quite a common name, to be fair, but
yeah, well, I'm not used to so I lived in the UK until I was like 14, and there were a lot of a lot of Chloe's at my school and stuff. And then I moved to Denmark, and one, people actually struggled to pronounce my name, and two, I think I went through. I've like up until now, I've gone through the whole of my school, like normal school, college, and now university, and I have not met anyone else called Chloe.
Wow.
So, a bit weird. Hi, Rachel. Nice that you're here. What's everyone else reading, and how many pages have you read so far in this sprint? Both on the video and in the chat.
I don't know. I think I read. I'm not gonna lie, I really didn't check, but I read quite a bit. I think I read like about that much. I don't know if you can see.
So there's definitely more than I read.
But to be fair, a lot of this is dialogue, so I can just skip through it quite quickly. It's not the world's most descriptive book, but yeah.
Very good. Miju, you probably didn't get any reading done a lot, or
Like 10 minutes of the audiobook.
oh, okay.
Like, yeah.
That's decent. I think I got like 30 pages done, but I was also like looking at Instagram, and I was looking at my Instagram page, and I just hit 500 followers, so that was fun. And thank you. And then checking messages and stuff like that. And then, but yeah, I've got 30 pages done. The problem is that I was at the beginning, I just got to the climax of the story, and I just was not, it was not like gelling with me for whatever reason. I just couldn't get into it, which is really annoying when that happens. But
yeah.
Anyone in the chat want to share what they've been reading?
Or even just like, I guess, a book that they just really love recently, or literally anything at this point.
I mean, most lives, obviously, like you have people talking, but I feel like the chat section is usually quite a big part of at least the lives that I usually watch. So,
yeah. What time is it there for you guys?
you want to answer?
Yeah, well, it's 2 at the moment for me. I'm like 1 hour ahead of the UK.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock for me. 1:05, but yeah.
Very different from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time is it where you are? Did you say, sorry, 10 o'clock?
Yes, it's 10 at night.
Fun.
See, that's the problem. Is there's like obviously there's loads of American YouTubers, booktubers that do lives, but I just can't watch them because they start at like 1 o'clock here.
That's
Very awkward.
Yeah. Right. I'm trying to think of something we can talk about now. Any books that you've read recently that you've really enjoyed?
I finished Pet by Ekwe Kemizi today. I was
What's
reading
that about?
It's about this girl. So hard to explain. So it's about this girl's mother who does painting, and she drops like some of her blood on the painting, and the painting comes to life. And the
Wow.
painting looks like a monster, but he's supposed to be this angel sort of thing that hunts monsters.
That sounds
Yeah.
really
Oh.
interesting.
That sounds like, have you ever read or heard of Picture of Dorian Gray?
Yes, I heard of that.
It's so basically he's like he's like a very narcissistic person, and he sells his soul to the devil where so makes a deal so that like this painting will age, but he'll stay young and beautiful forever. But and then like eventually the painting starts to like warp into different image. It's really interesting.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it. I think my sister read it first and she got it. She told me the plot and I was like, yeah, that sounds really interesting. But it has a lot of good comments on like beauty and like the way that you view things is like that's what its 2 main like themes, and it's quite interesting. I've not really read anything like it before, so I'd recommend that.
I read it like a year ago, I think, or something. It's one of the only classics that I've really been like, actually, I really enjoyed that. I feel like sometimes I read classics just to be like, oh yeah, I've read that. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that you feel like you have to read just to, I don't know, to at least understand what people are talking about. But I really enjoyed that. I definitely want to read more of his. I think he's written a lot of plays.
Yeah. I would definitely be interested in like if I ever see something that's by him, I'd probably pick it up. But at the moment, I'm not going out of my way to read more books by him. But I definitely recommend it to whoever's watching to read that book. One of my goals for last year was when I was in quarantine or lockdown was to read more classics. And I actually think I did quite well on that. But the only issue is obviously sometimes it can get like classics just take so long to read that you feel like you're just not reading. I don't know if you guys ever feel like that because you read them so slowly. But no.
Yeah. It's just the language, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, if you're reading something that's written like 100 years ago, it's just not the same as reading something that someone's written recently. So I definitely understand that.
It's really hard to understand the language itself. It's like they have so many words that's so hard to understand. And it's like it sometimes puts me in a reading slump, so I tend to just read so many books at the same time when I'm reading classics.
Yeah.
And in March, I have to read Little Woman, so I'm kind of nervous if I can actually finish that.
See, Little Women is also it's a children's classic, so I found it a lot easier to read, and I actually genuinely enjoyed it. But I know some people still have the opinion of like it's difficult to read because it is a classic.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Have you read any other like children's classics or anything like Alice in Wonderland or something like that.
But
No,
I
I
have read Wuthering Heights, Jane Eyre, Pride and Prejudice, so I read those.
Yeah, it
For
should
school.
be easier than them because it is
Really?
written for children.
I see.
I do like Alice in Wonderland. I don't know what it is. It's like one of those things where I know it's like a children's book, but I will still read it quite happily and fangirl over it. Like, I think, where is it? I have a Alice in Wonderland candle. I don't know if you can see that at all, but there you go. It just says Alice's
Yeah.
Winter Wonderland.
Mm.
I wish I could buy candles like that. It's really hard to get like bookish candles in Korea. It's so hard to get those.
That's
Yeah.
not exactly surprising, but it's also quite hard in the UK. I feel like a lot of them just come from America.
Yeah. Well, actually,
Alice,
no. Do you know what? Sorry to
no,
do that.
go for it.
As I was saying before, you know, the Becca that I mentioned before, I think she's also got a bookish candle company.
Yeah.
I don't know
really
if that's
saw
something
her.
to check out in the UK, obviously.
Yeah,
But
I
the problem
definitely.
is that even though the candle is, really good, the shipping costs so much that it would take like over $10 just for the shipping. It wouldn't be worth spending that much money, like for the shipping. So
Yeah, it's
hard.
always the shipping. Like, it's never the actual price of the candle. It's just the shipping can be like ridiculously expensive. Yeah, it's really straightforward. That's one of the things that I like about Alice in Wonderland. It's so like, well, I think, like I said with like Monster Calls as well, it's just like when something's about the plot, it's a lot more simple to grasp than when it has like other concepts that the author brings in. Whereas if you focus all the themes on the plot, that I think that's the difference between like a children's book and an adult's book.
Yeah. Definitely. No, I really enjoy. I definitely want to reread Alice in Wonderland at some point in the near future. I've got a really nice illustrated edition of it.
I've been trying to find a really nice version of it, but I haven't found one that I like enough.
I haven't heard of this. Obviously, I know who Guillermo del Toro is, but I've never heard of this book.
I have no idea.
Google it.
The Strain.
I'm guessing it would be a horror because Del Toro is a horror director.
Yeah, it's a suspense thriller.
Oh, okay. Is it some virus thing? The Strain.
It sounds like is it a TV show?
Is it a TV show?
It has vampires.
Interesting.
It's horror for sure.
Vampire themed.
Chloe, are you planning to read Silver Flames? A Court of Silver Flames?
I haven't read any of the Avatar books yet.
Let's see.
No, I definitely want to. The thing is, I don't read that much fantasy, but it's definitely a series that I want to get into at some point. But it's not like the highest priority because they've gotten so far into the series now.
I see.
I do like
Silver Flames.
I'm reading it right now. I'm really close to finishing it. I'm like, obviously that's the front and I'm that far like towards the end. I don't know why there's so much glare when I try and show you guys things, but
we can talk about it after you finish it.
Definitely.
Yeah,
we've got confirmation that it's vampires, and we've also got.
Oh, there she is. Hi.
Yay! Sorry. Now there's more of us.
How do you turn it off?
Sorry. Only took an hour and 15 minutes, but we got there.
Right, I'm feeling like wait, no, right. We can present ourselves. That's not how you say it. We can explain who we are. If you've got like a BookTube channel or a Bookstagram, which all of us have, either one of them or both of them, and I've put everyone's links in the description if people are interested in checking them out. But yeah, I'm thinking Simran. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Do you want to start?
Yeah. So my name's Simran. I'm from London, United Kingdom. I tend to read a lot of fantasy. I have a Instagram called World Books and More. If I can get the title right, that would be a great start. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I've been following like Bookstagram, BookTube now for like a good probably about 6 or 7 years now. Yeah, that's me.
Hi, I'm Miju. I have a BookTube and a Bookstagram, but the Bookstagram is more like it has photos of me and my family and some of books, so it's kind of mixed. And for my BookTube, my channel is called Miju's Book Life. I was gonna do Bookish Life, but I just thought it was too long, so I just stuck with Book Life. And I mostly read fantasy. I used to read a lot of young adult fantasy, but I've moved more on to adult these days. And I really like reading other genres as well. I like to venture out of my comfort zone. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm Amy. I only have a Bookstagram. With This Bookish Brain is my Instagram. I don't like. I'd say the genre I don't read. I read like everything else besides fantasy and sci-fi because the books are so long and they scare me, and I don't understand what's going on. But besides that, I read like thrillers, horrors, romance, classics, things like that.
Okay, I'm Caitlin. I've got Book Talk, BookTube, and Bookstagram. They're all under the same name, which is Caitlin Reads Books. Great. And then I read a bit of everything. Like I'm reading Pride and Prejudice at the minute, but I don't know why I'm doing that to myself. But mostly fantasy, which is why Pride and Prejudice is a bit weird for me. But yeah, that's where we're at the minute.
Nice.
And then we're back to me. I mean, I feel like there's not actually many people from my channel that are watching this. I feel like it's for all of us in general. My name is Chloe. This is my channel. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I was born and grew up in the UK, but then I moved to Denmark when I was 14. I read, again, sort of a mixture, but it's mainly horror, thriller, and a bit of literary fiction, and then like a tiny bit of like fantasy and sci-fi. Yes. And I feel like we can go with a round of what we're reading. Oh, I guess everyone's already written it on their thing, but we can just explain what we're reading, how far we are, if we're enjoying it. I'm reading 11/22/63 by Stephen King. I've got like 70 pages left. And I'm really enjoying it. It's really good.
Cool. It's me again, isn't it? I am reading A Court of Silver Flames by Sarah J. Maas. I am on. Have I just lost my page notes here? I'm on page 533, and there are about 700 pages in the book. I'm really liking it so far. If you see me crying, it's just me fangirling over something. So if you see me crying while I'm reading, it happens a lot. So just don't judge me too much.
I'm reading When the Tiger Came Down the Mountain by Nihi Vo, and it's the second book in the series, and I'm listening to it as an audiobook.
I'm reading Salem's Lot because I'm trying to read all of Stephen King's books in chronological order, which is such a stupid idea, and I don't know why I've chosen to do that, especially considering I literally don't read books over 500 pages. They scare me so much, and this one's 750. And I've told myself I'm going to read it by Monday, that's a stretch, but I'm currently 170 pages in. It's really good so far, actually. So, yeah.
I'm reading Pride and Prejudice. I don't like it, but I'm on page 100 exactly. And that's that.
To be fair, I didn't like Pride and Prejudice either, and I felt really bad because everyone hypes it up so much, but I couldn't.
There's so many characters, and I don't know who any of them are because they're all by their last names as well. I'm like, I don't know who you are.
The thing is, I keep relating it. So when I was younger, obviously, like I'm from a Indian background. When I was younger, my parents made me watch this film called Pride and Prejudice. It was about like it's a Bollywood movie, obviously, like but it was one that they did with like Hollywood. So they made it like it was like a spin-off of Pride and Prejudice, but with an arranged marriage, basically, was the whole concept. And so, like, while I was reading Pride and Prejudice, that's all I could think about. But yeah,
That's probably better than Pride and Prejudice, to be honest. I feel like
I highly recommend it. Maybe I think it's probably on like Amazon Prime or something.
We'll need to watch it.
But yeah.
Right, I've got a question from my sister. What would you rather give up, food or books? I just want to point out, my sister is 8 years old. I don't think she understands the concept that if you don't eat food, you will die. Theoretically, if you could live without food, like if you could survive without food, what would you give up?
Food, probably.
Yeah, I'd probably give up food as well.
Well, yeah, I'd be so bored if I didn't
Literally.
read. I don't spend that much time eating in my day, but I spend like hours reading. So yeah, I'd probably give up food if it didn't obviously kill me.
I give up food just because I don't have a reason. I just give up food.
Yeah, me too. I just feel like if it's something you could go without, then you might as well pick that. Alright.
Also, a logical answer, you pay for food and you only get to eat it once. You pay for a book and you get to read it as many times as you want. So
That's true. That's very true.
Right.
I wish my sister was like your sister Chloe. My sister even hates reading and she would never join this live show.
I swear my siblings don't like reading. I think it's just because she knew that people would be watching this, and because she loves my channel so much, she wanted to be a part of it. I don't know how long she's been reading for. This could have taken her the last 2 years or something. But yeah, as she said, she's reading Dirty Bertie. She's on page 30. That rhymes.
You're a poet and you don't even know it.
Right. Yeah. Well done to my sister for doing that. That's literally more pages than both my brother and my sister have read together for the last year. So
Well, that's very impressive.
yeah. And this is my dad. So I can confirm 50% of the people watching this are my family members. Yeah, my dad's just ordered this book because he is obsessed with Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee is a legend, to be fair. So
Yeah.
you gotta love Bruce Lee.
Is this something you'd consider reading? I don't know if he's asking me because he's already asked me and I said maybe.
I mean, to be fair, I'd love to learn more about Bruce Lee. I don't know anything about him currently, so it'd be a great learning experience.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's some thumbs up. And then another question. If it wasn't food, would you rather give up TV or reading?
Ooh.
We watch so much TV in this household, so that's difficult.
Yeah, we like stagger it, so we watch one episode of something and then we read and then we like go like that for the rest of the day. So that'd be
So
half
I
of
don't know
our
what
day
we do.
gone. Either way.
I think I'm gonna have to go with. I know, like I have a Bookstagram, but I think I'm actually gonna have to go with TV because I'm also like a massive film nerd, and I just don't think I could go. Like, I love my little evening films. I love my movie nights. So I think I would have to go with
does it
TV.
include films if it's just TV? Because TV could technically just be series.
Oh, that's a loophole.
That's how I read it.
Okay, like I could give up TV series, but I couldn't give up films.
Yeah, I think I could do. Yeah, that's probably what I'd do.
Even though I
And
love
actually,
Friends.
and then I thought, right, TV, is that the actual TV? You could get rid of the TV and you could still use your laptop and your phone.
Too many plot holes in that question. I think you need to refine it a bit more.
You would also have YouTube, so I guess you could give
Mm.
up TV.
Yeah.
But you could also use YouTube and listen to audiobooks.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
sister said yes, it does.
Yes, it does, but I don't know what it does mean. I was speaking about, I was talking about how I didn't have, was it Cujo or something with me? And then I was like, I don't know why I left it at home. And then in the comments, my sister just goes, I can give it to you. But I didn't know, like, considering it's like 20 minutes long, this whole video, and she's just like commenting randomly. I didn't have a clue what she was talking about.
Love it. Right.
What do you guys think about Sarah J. Maas? Is that how you
Is
pronounce
this
her name?
to
Some people say
do?
Maas.
Yeah. Is this to do with like her as an author or her as a person? Because I know there've been like a lot of people saying that she's too like white, basically. I don't know how else
But
to
she
say
very
it, sorry.
controversial.
She's not very controversial, but I feel like a lot of people view her as very mainstream in the fact that she doesn't write a lot of people who are she doesn't, I guess, have a lot of LGBTQ characters, or she doesn't have that diversity in her books. But I don't know whether the question is asking about her writing or her as a person.
Yeah.
Oh no! Sorry, that's my sister. If you don't know that, and she won't because fantasy scares
You
me.
would
To be-
never read Throne of Glass. I can't imagine you reading Throne
No,
of Glass.
I'd be so confused the whole time.
I'm confused with Throne of Glass.
And
I
you
read
read
fantasy all
fantasy.
the time.
To be fair, the first one's short though, so I could
Yeah.
give the first one a go. But then what is it? Kingdom of Ash is like 1,000 pages, so that's not happening. But it's
The
just
covers are nice though. You'd like them.
yeah, the covers are nice, so I'd like it in my shelves. But besides that, I don't think I'll be doing that.
I think Throne of Glass is the only series that I haven't read of Sarah J. Maas, because
Confused with it. I had to stop because I didn't know what was going on.
yeah, I was the same. I read the first chapter because I think that was the first. My friend who also really loves reading, my family friend, raved on about it, and so I was like, okay, I'll pick up a copy, and I got my copy. It's actually up here, but and I read 20 pages, and I was like, what?
I've managed to get. Oh, which book am I on? I haven't read the last two, but I've read the rest of them, and I'm so.
Oh,
And then I had such a big gap in between reading the last one I read and reading it now. I'd have to restart all over again, and I don't have the time for that.
Have you guys read A
I
House
have
of
to.
Blood and Earth or whatever?
Yeah, I really liked that one.
So,
I thought it was so good, even though I have no clue what its name is. I just call it Crescent City. And it's gonna be
Yeah,
an
me
issue
too.
now,
Mm.
and I'm like Crescent City too.
Yeah.
So long.
Is it an adult one or is it YA?
I think it's kind of like bang in the middle.
Oh, okay.
She kind of markets everything as YA, but it shouldn't be marketed as YA.
which
But with
book are
some
you
of those
talking about?
saucy seeds.
Literally.
Okay,
I've not
has
read
anyone
that.
read
No,
Hush
I've
Hush?
heard of it.
I
haven't
saw it on
read
Depop, the whole series, and I
Oh.
almost bought it. No.
Yeah, I haven't read that either. I don't actually know what it's about, but
Is it the angels? Yeah, I thought it was with angels.
It's a fallen angel.
Oh.
oh, okay, interesting.
Is
The
it
only
a
thing that-
movie?
no, isn't that don't no, what is it? There's loads of horror movies that are don't speak, or the ones where they all have to be quiet, or there's the one where there's the deaf girl. Is she deaf or
That's called
something?
Hush. Yeah.
Is that called Hush? That's
Okay. Right.
right. We've got a question here which is very, very relevant. Do you like the Hunger Games? And I'm just going to take my headphones off to grab something for a minute.
Is it as in the book or the movie?
I mean, we'll go with the books because we're on a bookstagram.
Oh, okay. I read the first book and then I totally gave up on the second and the third because I felt like it was kind of repeating the game, so my interest was lost. Caitlin, do you love the book?
I love it. I've got one of the
Oh,
podcasts
sorry.
Monday, and I'm so excited.
I've never. I think I read it a few years ago, and I think I read up until like half of Mockingjay, and then I think I just stopped for some reason. So I don't actually remember anything about the book besides obviously the basic plot. So I think it was okay, but I have to reread it for my degree anyway. So.
I'm so jealous.
Mhm.
No, but you
I really didn't like it. I don't know what it is. Like the two series that I really wish I'd loved, but I didn't, was The Hunger Games and Divergent.
Oh, I don't
Like
that.
people
Oh,
like rave on about it, and I try and read it and like try and like involve myself within like the community, but I can't.
I feel a lot of those books though, like people have so much nostalgia linked with them that it's like if you read them later on, then you don't have that. Like I had that with Percy Jackson. I read that last year, and like I don't have the nostalgia linked to it, and I feel that really limited my experience with it reading it now, if that makes sense.
Oh, that is such
I've got them all here.
So nice covers, aren't they?
Oh, those.
I bought the Percy Jackson. Basically, me and my sister, when we were like in secondary, we both read them from our school's library, and so like literally 2 weeks ago, we were like, okay, let's buy them both again. So we bought Percy Jackson and the Heroes of Olympus series, and I'm obsessed.
To be fair, I think I enjoyed the first one because it wasn't too, I guess, otherworldly. Because it was. Is it classed as like an urban?
I think it's urban fantasy.
And I really like mythology anyway, so I really enjoyed the first one. To be fair, I think I should read them because I think it's something I would actually like now, and it would get me slowly into non-reality based books, which I need.
Yeah, fair enough. Right.
Right, I went to go and grab my very beaten copy. Oh my god, I can't speak. My very beaten up copy of The Hunger Games because this is something that I have discussed with 2 or 3 of us, I think. That we were, and now I'm slightly worried because Simran is now saying that she did not like The Hunger Games. Essentially, we have decided that The Hunger Games is going to be our first buddy read, book club read.
Brilliant.
And this is now making me think I probably should have spoken to everyone. But I thought, no, it's fine. Everyone likes The Hunger Games.
I mean, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go because, you know.
It's good to have conflicting opinions anyway.
Yeah, it'd be a great discussion.
Yes.
A good discussion.
Mm-hmm. Good live
Yeah.
stream.
I'm raving about it, which will be what I'm doing, just so everyone is fully prepared for
Don't
that.
dominate the conversation.
I'll be like,
how much you love
right.
it.
To be fair, I do really love Katniss Everdeen as a character.
Mm.
Or any character that's main weapon is a bow and arrow. I'm immediately obsessed.
so
I do not know what it is. So yeah, I'll definitely read it still.
Yeah. That's very good then. I'm thinking as far as time frame, we'll just have a month. Read it at some point during the month,
Sure.
and then I'll set up a live stream at some time at the beginning of April. I can't believe we're going into March.
I know.
Oh my
So weird.
A year in lockdown, a year with COVID. It's mad.
Everything goes so quickly.
so
Ooh.
for the lockdown, you can't leave your home at all. Is that
Well,
the lockdown is?
It's only
It's
for like
kind of-
You
essential
kind of
shops.
can?
it's really confusing. They kind of change it up.
Yeah, they change it.
Yeah.
Oh, we never had a lockdown here, so I was confused.
Jealous.
Yeah. Basically, it's their way of like controlling so that it doesn't spread as fast. So you stay at home and you only go out for essential reasons. So like if you're a key worker, for some reason, like that includes like people who work at like beauty stores, which I still don't understand to this day. I think that's so weird. Like people who work at Boots and Superdrug are essential. But yeah, and like obviously supermarkets are still open. Takeaways are open at the moment and stuff like that. But yeah, we're not really supposed to go out unless you need to.
Yeah. We're not really getting out of lockdown until, was it June or July?
Well,
What
June,
they
I think
said?
it's like
The
everything's
end of
supposed to
lockdown.
be in the clear, and then we can.
Yeah.
leave
I mean, it
again.
won't be. We will be back in another lockdown.
Yeah,
It never goes how they plan it to, but it's
Very
alright.
I mean, that's what they said about Christmas. And if you see what happened, I don't know whether you guys follow British politics, but you saw what happened then. It was a bit of a disaster. And he made promises he couldn't keep. And I'm not going to go. All I'm going to show you is that for Valentine's Day, my friend got me this little pin that says "fuck the Tories."
Yeah.
We love that.
That's all I'm going to say.
I've seen loads of that sort of stuff. Like I swear people have like earrings and necklaces and everything with that on it.
Yeah.
I have
so great.
a necklace from that company, and it says "fuck the patriarchy." But I used to live in like a very Tory area, and I was really scared to get it because I didn't want to be jumped. To be honest. But yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about politics too much because I feel like that could be very messy.
I made the mistake of mentioning Boris Johnson when I had like this social thing for uni, and I was talking about it because no one else was talking, and I was like, okay, let's talk about politics, and then just mentioning Boris Johnson, and then someone was like, oh my god, I did not expect anyone to start talking about politics when we're like we're
It's so
literally
easy.
we're medicine students. We like there's a reason we chose medicine and not politics.
Literally.
See, I'm a law and politics student, so I'm like, I'm always tempted to talk about stuff like that, and I have to stop myself.
My sister's probably sat in the comments because she's a politics student as well, and she's probably sat in the comments like, "Yeah, fuck Boris, fuck the Tories," like getting so angry.
Yeah, that would be me.
Has anyone read Little Fires Everywhere? I haven't, but I've read Everything I Never Told You, and that was a 5-star read, and that was great.
Yeah, no, I've read Everything I Never Told You. Absolutely loved it. I do want to read Little Fires Everywhere actually because her other book was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I have read it. I
Is it
read
good?
it as an audiobook. Yeah. Isn't it by Charleston Ning?
Celeste Ng, yeah.
Yeah. So I read it, and then I kind of ended up DNFing like from like the book because I was like not able to like the book itself was really heavy, so I had to put it down because I just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Like it was very like heavy, so I just put it down for a while, and then I never actually picked it up again because I felt like it was too heavy for me to read. So
Yeah.
that's what happened.
I think her first book was quite heavy as well. So it's like if you like heavy, like hard hitting stuff, then definitely check out either of the books. But yeah, if it's not your thing, then yeah, they're quite intense.
By heavy, do you guys mean like sad wise?
Not really sad. It's
Well,
like you can connect to it so much that it's too much for you. That type
Okay.
of heavy.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, she's just obsessed with politics. Like,
And then
when
we've
I
got some recommendations here.
I've got so many politics books down here. Like I've got Michelle Obama's biography. I've got Women Don't Know You, Pretty Feminist State What I Think, Malcolm X, Wise Words of Martin Luther King, which is just a bunch of quotes from Martin Luther King.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've literally got so many. My sister has a book, and it's really funny. I'm gonna apologize. Actually, I'm not gonna say it because I know that there are some young kids on here, but I'll put it in our group chat later. I don't like it's really rude title, and that's I just don't
I just
wanna-
want to point out if you're thinking of my sister, then my dad has probably said the words before because not to hang my dad out on
Okay.
on a live stream, but he hasn't got a filter when it comes to swear words.
Well, the book is called something like Why Women Have Better Sex Under Communism.
That's not that bad.
No, I wasn't sure. You never know. But it's like obviously a very left-wing book, but my sister's gonna read it, and I'll let you guys know what it's like.
I have to get my laptop charger, so I'll just be back in a minute.
I gave the warning, but okay.
No, it's oi to me, I think.
Okay.
I have a question for Mace and Caitlin. Are you two sisters?
No, we go to the same uni, so we're
Oh,
so we're in our shared housing.
I see.
Great fun.
Do you mind if I ask what uni you're at?
Royal Holloway in Egham.
Oh,
Basically,
fair enough.
London. It
Cool.
looks like a walk, so that's the main reason why people go here.
What are you guys studying?
I'm doing English and drama, and then Maisie's doing just English,
Oh, nice.
and that's how she gets to study the Hunger Games.
I honestly
Jealous.
wouldn't
We're
think that
all
anyone would be
university
studying.
students.
What? Miji, you can say whatever it was you wanted to say.
Oh, so I was saying that we're all university students here then.
Yeah.
I think we're all roughly the same age in the same year group.
Weird chance there.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that I never thought that the Hunger Games would be on the required reading list for
I think she's
English
doing,
literature.
she's doing some like literary dystopian course module
Mm,
thing.
okay.
So it's got like Little Women on it as well, which we've yet to figure out how that's a dystopian. But Little Women was on there. Tale was on there. I mean, she could tell you more about this when she comes back down, because I have no idea, except for the fact that it's the Hunger Games and the Little Women and Little Women, because we were confused about that. But
That's so weird. Little Women as a dystopian book.
I'm just talking about your module. It was really weird.
That is strange. I mean, I'm doing we get to do an optional module because I study in Scotland, and I don't know whether that's like a thing that they have. I really should have researched more into the course before I picked it, but we moved. But I get to do like a literary studies module, which is really cool. So I do like one law module, one politics module, and one literary studies module. We had to read like Shakespeare and stuff, and I was literally there like, I have regrets. I should have picked like biology or something. I don't know.
Yeah, to be fair, Shakespeare is a lot to study.
Yeah, especially when I haven't done English for like 3 or 4 years. I don't really know how to write about write about Shakespeare at university level, let alone like GCSE level. So
I'm right at Shakespeare university level,
And
I'm
this
doing a
shit.
module for it.
yeah, well, I'll find out. We'll see how my grades go, to be honest.
Right. Do you guys want to do a reading sprint soon?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it's nearly 1:45, so I guess we could start then. And then do like half an hour maybe until 1:15.
Yeah, that works.
Awesome. Oh, wait, we've got one more question before it goes. We've got 2 minutes. Have you read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
So
Yes.
I haven't, but it sounds really cool.
Mm.
Yeah, I want to
really
read it.
interesting.
Do you like the sequel as well?
The sequel was good as well, yeah. The sequel's not as good as the first one, but that's how it always goes. Sequel. But yeah, it's a really interesting.
Isn't there a third book?
Yeah, it's coming out this year, I think.
Yeah, because
I can't remember what it's
I have
called.
no idea.
I screenshotted it.
It's something.
I sent it to you, I think.
Oh yeah, the second one's Good Girl Bad Blood. And I can't remember what that one's called, but it's a good series.
Is it YA?
Yeah, I've read the first one.
It's like
Yeah, it's YA.
mixed media type.
Oh, I love a good mixed
Yeah.
media.
It's really interesting. It's just so many
Did
pictures
I
of
ever
books on your
send
phone.
it? I know. It's called As Good as Dead. That's a cool title.
They're very intriguing titles. That's
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's so interesting as well, like especially if you've done an EPQ project, which did you? You
I
did.
tried, but I quit.
Yeah. That it's really interesting because that's what she's doing, so you can kind of
Is it a thriller then, or is it a mystery?
It's kind of a bit of both. It's not necessarily scary though.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I'd say more mystery with like
Mm.
thriller elements.
Have you guys read the book Stalking Jack the Ripper?
No.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I read that. I've been wanting to read it for like a good couple of years now because it's been floating around BookTube like a long time, and I wanted to read it for ages. And I read it over Christmas, and I literally loved it. So maybe I can handle horrors. Who knows? But
It's not really horror though, is it? Isn't it more like historical fiction? Because I read it as an audiobook, and I don't think I like audiobooks, so I didn't really enjoy it that much.
yeah,
Right.
it's like a historical fiction mystery, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd like that.
The only
It
thing
has a central mystery.
you can only find it in mass market paperback now, is it? That's all I've been able to find of it,
Oh.
which is like the only reason that I haven't bought
I
it.
always find them so hard to read because they're so small.
Literally.
Has anyone read this? It's a series, right? Anna and the French Kiss.
I read it. Oh my gosh, I must have read it like 5 years ago, and me and my sister were absolutely obsessed with it. So much so that we had it on my Kindle, and I'd finish reading it, and then I'd give it to her, and then she'd finish reading it, and we just read it back and forth. I wonder how I would enjoy it like 5 years later, but I really enjoyed it at the time.
I didn't like it.
Did you-
No.
Did you not?
No. I had issues with the plot.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there was one really. I liked it when I was 13.
Yeah. Like I just like Anna's character, I guess.
The title just never really intrigued me enough to read it, to be honest.
The covers are really nice though.
Yeah, nice
They're
covers.
pretty.
Well, it's gone past 1:45 now, so we're thinking if we push it 4 minutes to
Yeah,
10
that was
to,
good.
and then 40 minutes to 1:30, that's a bit more satisfying.
Yeah.
that
Are
was-
you like one of those persons? Are you guys one of those people that are like, oh, I can't go to bed yet? It's not like 10, like on the 10 o'clock bit. Like, do you do that, or you're like, I can't eat yet. I have to eat at a specific time.
I am for sleeping or like for doing something. Like if it's uni work, I'll say, oh, I have to do it like 10:30, and then if it passes 10:30, I'm like, well, I have to wait until the next hour. Well, that's just
Yeah,
really.
yeah. I feel like I do that way too much.
I never used to be like that, but since I've started watching reading sprints, because everything is quite precise with like it aligns with the hour and everything, I've started doing that with like reading and work and stuff like that. It's a bit weird.
Are you just gonna wait until like 10 to now?
Just stare at each other. No, yeah, because
Has anyone like written a book or something?
no.
Writing a book?
Yeah, is anyone?
I tried.
I have a chapter. I
Oh
know.
my, is it a fantasy?
I couldn't really tell you. I don't really know what genre it is.
I'll read it. I'll read
You're
it.
not reading it. The best part of it is that there's a cow called Milky. Yeah.
What is the plot of this book?
With you.
Is it like a what's that thing that's like? Is it something in the giant beanstalk? Someone in the giant.
Oh my god!
Jack and the Giant.
Is it Jack?
In Into the Woods. Isn't the
Oh.
cow called Milky and Into
That's
the Woods?
it.
Mm.
It is not an Into the Woods retelling, but it really should be. That would be better than what I've come up with. Honestly, I don't know why I started writing it. I don't have a plot planned. I don't know any character names. Except for the cow.
What are you reading?
What
Does
is
everyone
everyone
know?
reading? Oh yeah, we can just do that.
I don't have mine with mine.
That was a quick way of getting around that.
Right. One last question. Twilight.
Yes. It's
No.
so
No.
bad, but so good.
I haven't read it.
I haven't read it either.
I think the only thing I liked was the vampire part.
Why would I hate it?
You would
Mm.
hate it. I'm telling you.
That would be the only thing that I'd like is the sort of characters. But
no, you
I
don't
do.
like
No, like the vampires, etc. The werewolves, that sort of thing.
That's so annoying.
Fair enough.
The thing is, I haven't read any of the books or watched any of the films. The only part of one of the films I watch is the bit where Bella's giving birth and she like breaks her back or something. I was like, no.
So weird. And it's like that times 100 in the books. Her only character traits are biting her lip and falling over. And being pale.
Relatable.
Is that like
And then and that's the whole
is
book.
that like the Sarah Jane Maas books where like their only personality traits are like growling and stuff? Purring, that's it.
Writing, because it's literally like he hurts. And I'm like, is he a cat? Gosh.
Are we ready to read?
Oh, I love this.
Yes.
That's really cute. I like that. Yeah.
I will be 2 minutes. I just need to sort something out. So if you see me disappear, that's where I'll be. Here.
Hello.
Hi.
How's everyone's reading going?
I finished my book.
You finished it. I read
Well done.
25 pages.
I finished
I'm
my reading.
almost done.
What are you going to read next, Chloe? Because I know you're almost done.
I don't know, because when it gets to the end of the month, especially because next month I'm doing the Taylor Swift readathon
Oh, yeah.
thingy.
too.
So I've already got everything planned out for that, so I know what books I want to read. But at the same time, I'm like, will I be able to finish a book before it starts? So I'm not quite sure. But I've recently got some new books, which I'm super excited about to read. I've also got some like arcs on NetGalley and stuff that I'm gonna look at. But I think out of the ones, like when it's actually properly March, then I'm feeling like I'm gonna go for Bunny first.
Oh, I read
Oh.
Bunny. It was
Funny.
just.
I'm
mad.
also reading that.
It's supposed to be just really like messed up, which is exactly what I like. So
Have you read Catherine House?
I haven't, but I really want to.
It's really similar based on what I've heard. It's like the vibes and the atmosphere.
I feel like some people say they really like Bunny, but they don't like Catherine House.
Really?
So yeah,
I loved Catherine House. It was really atmospheric.
Who's it by?
Catherine House is by Elizabeth Thomas, I think. I'm not too sure. You've not even heard of it? No. Where have you
I
been?
feel so out the loop.
It's like.
I haven't heard of it either, so
Oh. If you watch Books and Lala's video, she raved about it a lot on her
oh,
channel.
did she like it?
Mhm.
Yeah, she loved it.
Oh, then maybe I should give it a go. She tends to have the same reading taste as me, I feel.
I love it when
Yeah.
you find people on BookTube who have the same.
Mm,
I feel like you can just read everything they read and you love it.
yeah.
That's what I do. That's where I get all of my recommendations. I'm just like, right, off I go to YouTube.
what are other people reading? And you're like, oh, that sounds interesting. Add to
Yeah.
Amazon cart, and you just read it.
I do that with
Yeah.
TikTok as well, though. Gosh,
Mm,
all of the popular.
I literally have to stop myself buying TikTok books. Otherwise, I'd just be broke.
And they've made like places in
It's a
shops
great thing I don't use TikTok. I think it would just consume my life.
literally.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
They make areas in like bookshops now when it's like TikTok made me buy it.
I didn't know that.
Hmm.
I didn't know that, so
Oh.
yeah, not here. And also, not that we can go to a bookshop at the minute, but maybe when we go back, they'll have the BookTok made me buy it.
That's cool. That was so cool.
Ooh.
I think there's the Waterstones near me that's open, but I think
Really?
yeah, I think it's like either maybe you have to pre-order and you just go and pick it up,
Yeah.
or like it's something to do with that. Like there are really strict proportions in it, but
It's just a good way to keep things open.
Yeah. I miss going into a bookshop.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Me too.
we've got such a nice second-hand one in the town where we are.
It's so nice.
And I wanted to open up so badly.
Yeah, you can literally get 3 books for £5. It's so good. Oh, I miss it so much.
Okay, I'm
That's so
I'm
good.
going there when I come back to the UK because I actually grew up in Surrey, so
Ah,
exactly.
God, it's incredible in there.
I want to go
always-
to the. Sorry, I was just gonna say I want to go to the Foyles in is it King's Cross or something? Because they had like three layers, and I'm like, I would literally just spend hours.
I've
It's
been in
so
there.
nice.
So nice in there.
I did spend too much money in there because they have like everything.
I find bookshops.
I really
embarrassing,
want to
so
go.
I never buy anything in like actual bookshops because I just can't decide. Like, there's so much choice, and then I just feel like I can't buy anything because I'm so overwhelmed.
You can get stuff for cheap online as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like browsing around bookshops though.
Mm. I don't have a lot of bookshops around here, especially getting English books is really difficult. So kind of
Yeah,
sad.
I found when I was in Portugal, I really struggled because I bought all my English lit books with me that I needed to read. And I read all of them, and then I was like, right, where am I gonna get like English books from? And because of Brexit, obviously customs duties, it was just really hard to find it without it being like a ridiculous price.
So did you live in Portugal for a bit, or is it just when you went to go and visit your parents?
Yeah, well, so my parents live in Portugal, but we don't. This is technically my granddad's second apartment. It's a very long story. He's not ridiculously rich. He just, it's really hard to explain. But yeah, so he has like an empty apartment which I'm staying in because obviously I'm supposed to be at my uni accommodation, but I chose to move back home. But I couldn't move back home because my parents had moved out, so I'm here. So technically, half my stuff is in Portugal, half my stuff is here, and some of my stuff is at like my cousin's house in Hertfordshire. So I'm a bit all over the place, to be honest. But
It was like when I moved home for Christmas, I didn't anticipate being there for like 2.5 months, and so I only bought 5 books with me. And then I got some books for Christmas and everything, but I just used it as an excuse to buy like, I think I bought like 20 books while I was there, and it was just so stupid because then I had to bring them all back. And also I have this thing about if I buy a book, I can't read it straight away because then I'm like, what about all the other books I own? So it was a very stressful time for me.
yeah, I get that. I think you've got a question there, Chloe, from your sister again.
Yeah, but I don't understand. She's commented it 3 times now. I don't understand what this means. Selma, have we read what?
I think it's it as in like the book It.
Oh.
I haven't.
What?
I have.
Is that
That's my bunker. I've read it.
You have?
I haven't.
Wow.
It's chunky.
I haven't, but I want to.
Wait, I've got it. If I
It's
can
like
just...
over 1,000 pages. It's like listening. Crazy. And it's on like Bible paper.
It's so thin, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
this?
not gonna lie.
Chunky.
But bearing in mind, this is the
It's a nice
this is the, what's it called? The film tie-in edition. I think that the normal ones are usually like an extra 200 pages
Yeah.
on top of this.
normal.
So
It's just that the font and that.
I think I was just gonna say, sometimes if I think about Pennywise too much, I freak myself out and I have to calm myself down. And I'm not one who's like scared of clowns. I've never been scared of clowns before. But it's like basically I watched it at my friend's house and it wasn't that like late, but it was in the winter, so obviously it got dark really early. And I had to walk back all the way across town. Back to my house after watching it, and it was like pitch black, and I freaked myself out so much that it's like just a really triggering experience for me.
yeah, I definitely understand that if it's raining and I'm walking past a drain, I have to remind myself that I'm over 18 just to be like, he's not going to come after you if he was real.
I'm like, I'm an adult, I'm not scared of him, it's fine.
I loved that first film so much. I saw it like 5 times in the cinema because I just love plunging myself into scary situations. Apparently, so I just it's one of my favorite films ever.
I've seen the second one.
Yeah, and I didn't really like the second.
I
one
don't
that much.
understand why they did a second one because, like, in the book, it kind of jumps back and forth. I think that might make sense in terms of the movie.
I didn't like the look of the trailer for the second film, so I never actually watched it.
Because it's just when they're older, right?
Yeah, I don't think the second one was as good as the first one. But then again, I just love like the relationship between the kids and
The
how
cast with the kids.
Yeah.
how
Was
it was good as well. Yeah.
I think that's the thing about the first one is it's the kids in it that really give it that extra like charm, I guess.
Yeah.
Whereas like when you're watching adults, it's like, yeah, but it's not as scary. I guess maybe because you can understand, you're like, oh, I see these kids that are going through the situation, and if I was in that situation as a kid, I'd definitely be really scared.
Yeah.
Whereas it's less But also,
And
I think the
it's
second
like
one
the
was
whole concept. Sorry, it's the delay again, isn't it? You can go first.
I was just going to say, I think the second one's like 3 hours long or something, which it just didn't need to be.
It was so
Mm.
long.
I don't, nothing really happened.
It was like
Does
the big battle.
Because I know he comes back. Like,
Don't spoil it.
But the thing is, the big battle wasn't even the same as it was in the book, I don't think.
oh.
It wasn't as like, yeah, I don't know.
Or
I,
the movie Fury.
Wild. I've got how many have you got? For it?
Loads, but I've got The Shining after this, and then I've got The Stand, and The Stand I just don't want to read.
Oh,
Chunky.
It's so
yeah, that's like 1,300, the copy I've got, I think.
And the font size
Oh,
one I have is so small. I'm dreading it. I'm honestly dreading it. And is it sci-fi?
I don't know
The
what any.
Stand, I think it's post-apocalyptic.
Oh goodness.
Do you know what? It's about a plague, I think, so very relevant.
Great.
Love that.
I should try and get it as an audiobook, except I can't listen to audiobooks because I just. Is
I
it
love
Yeah,
this
it's okay.
question.
I have not.
I have.
Oh, I
Embarrassingly.
Chunky.
I read that
chunky.
Chunky.
Is Chucky the
I
one with the
watched
knife?
it.
Or
It's the one
Yeah,
with
it's
the
the
doll,
doll.
the puppet
Oh,
or
the
whatever.
doll.
Yeah. It's I watched
I
it when I
can't
was in. I don't
watch
know
horror
why.
movies.
I literally hate horror films with a passion. However, if someone else is like, "Oh, let's watch this," I'm like, I will never be like, "Oh no, I don't want to watch it. It's too scary." Like, I'll just be like, "It's fine. I'll do it." And I gotta go through it, and then I'm just like, the memories are just haunted with me forever. Like, I watched
That's why I
Chucky in
never watched.
Ireland. I watched it in Ireland, where my grandma lives, and she lives in like a very small town. And I remember there was one night we were just, we all kind of know each other in that neighborhood, and we were all sat outside. We were watching Chucky for some reason. I don't know why I freak myself out so much more than I'm supposed to during horror films, but that's like, it's just really stuck with me because I remember being so scared while watching the film and I kept looking around like, but yeah, I've seen it. I didn't really like it.
I want to watch it because I love horror films, but I don't know why I've never watched. I think it's just because it's not accessible on like a streaming site. So I would do.
Get Out is my favorite all-time horror film ever.
It's so good, isn't it? I love Get Out.
I still haven't watched it.
Seen that one.
It's so good.
I can't remember what happened.
I haven't either.
It's literally like, it's because it actually has a really realistic plot, and I think it just deals with so much, and it's just so well executed. I highly recommend it.
I liked, what's it called? What have I watched? Midsummer. That's the one.
Oh, that's really good.
I was confused.
What?
I liked it.
I haven't seen it. I really want to.
It's weird.
Is it like real life based or?
Yeah.
No, sort of. I mean, it's based off of Midsummer, which is like a what's it called? Like a holiday sort of thing in Sweden, which is really interesting for me to watch because Sweden is literally above me, like on a map. So we also celebrate Midsummer here in Denmark, but it's like not. It's obviously not the same as it is in the horror film because that's just like messed up.
Cult. It's not really a cult. What is it?
Well, it
Kind
was
of.
in the horror film. In the film, it was like a cult, I think.
It's kind of a cult. Kind of not.
And it's got Florence Pugh in it. And
Yeah.
I love
Yeah, and she's amazing.
Yes. I love her.
Yeah.
But then it just gets really weird, and I didn't know what's going on.
I like the sound of it. Oh, you know what I didn't really enjoy? The Devil All the Time. We watched it together.
Wait, the one with Tom Holland.
Did you not like it? But have you read the book?
No. I didn't even
Okay,
realise
well that's probably. I read the book and then I watched the film, and I could imagine anyone that hasn't read the book and then watched the film would have been really confused.
I just watched
Maybe.
it I'm not going to lie.
I was gonna say you had me at Tom Holland. Like, have you guys seen he's gonna be in the? Is it like Uncharted or one of the video games or The Last of Us? I can't remember. And he's playing like the main character. And if you have seen the photos of him in that film, that is literally everything.
We've got a poster of him right there.
Yeah,
Have
we've
you?
got him on our wall.
Love
So I'm just, but he doesn't like to stay up there. He likes to fall down, so I don't think he likes us too much. Right.
Right, this is a really weird question.
In Greek.
How many books?
I
do you
don't
go-
know if she's using like a generator or something, just like weird question generator, because
I don't think I've ever read a book in Greek.
Greek mythology, maybe we could talk about.
I don't even know. if I've read a book.
Apart from Percy Jackson,
Yeah, I don't think I've read that.
I really want to read Song of Achilles.
what about Cersei?
I read her other book, Circe. I
Yeah.
have read that.
Was it good?
It's really good.
It's really good. Yeah,
What's it
I'm
about?
reading the Song of Achilles in March. It's gonna be a fun
I
time.
was going to read that, but I got Athena's Child, which is like retelling of Medusa from Medusa's perspective, and I loved the story. I loved like the general story of Medusa. So I like as soon as I had the concept, I was like, right, in my cart, like let's go.
I think
Have you guys read Lore? It's a new release.
the cover's so nice.
What mythology is
The
it based
cover is really nice. I tried to read it, but it's super long.
on? Oh,
It's
not for
chunky.
me then.
Yes, chunky.
Found it on Depop and I was like, oh, let's get that, and then it was £500.
Whoa.
I don't know.
Wow.
I was like, guess not then. It was a special edition, but still, £500.
You rarely get like I feel like modern books and like as in like the last 5 years that are special edition aren't actually that expensive anymore.
They will be.
Obviously you get ones that are like you get ones that are like really expensive, but I feel like when they're like new releases, like if you look at like I don't know, like a Sarah J Maas special edition, it will be like about £30. But
I can never figure out why some of them are special editions, like Waterstone's exclusive or Barnes and Noble's exclusive. I never have any idea what
I think
they
they
are.
sometimes they have like an extra chapter or
Yeah.
like an author note thing that's different, or they're signed.
These, if it's like an author note, I won't read it.
Yeah, I
And
don't.
then I'm like, why am I paying extra for this?
yeah, or you could like Google stuff like that normally.
I think this is what she meant in the first.
Oh,
I
not in
think-
Greek. Okay.
Okay.
It depends on the week. I
4
think
to
this-
5 books usually.
About 4
If I
books this year.
finish this one by Sunday, then I'll have read. Where is it? Here it is. If I've read this one by Sunday, then I'll have read 4, which I never do. It's usually like 2 or 1.
I'm trying to think how many.
2 on 1.
I was reading Anna Kay for forever, so I think this week I'll have read like 2. But normally in a week I read about 4, probably. Yeah.
Mine's the same. I'd probably read maybe if I'm having like a busy uni week, it'd probably be like 1 or 2. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
But if it's like this week, I'm on a reading week. Ironic. But and I could literally read like probably 4 or 5 books if I'm not doing anything. It really just depends.
That's what's like dangerous.
And if
about
it's like readathons, then I usually read around 6 to 7 because
Whoa.
they're like short books.
I can never.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
literally.
They're like 200 to 300 pages, like around there.
That's a lot of
really good, yeah,
pages
that's amazing.
in like a week.
Do all of you have like a goal for the year? Like, how many do you guys want to read this year?
I think my goal is over 100. I always go over, so
My goal is 100 this year, and I've never like last year. I think I read like 75. But this year, I'm in it. I really want to read 100 books this year.
Mine's at 30.
30?
Yeah.
I was gonna say
I think you can.
mine's at 50.
so my goal is actually 150.
Whoa.
I'm
Wow.
not reading.
Yeah.
I get so sad when I don't complete my Goodreads goal, and I never completed it until last year because I set it at 30 and then I completed it. So that's why it's set
Wow.
at 30. It makes me feel good about myself.
Mine's at 80
I mean, I tend
this
to read.
year.
I tend to read a lot in the summer. I know for like it's probably the same with a lot of people. Is most of the amount of reading you get done is just in summer, and you read like those really short, very like summary books, and then you just like bang through them all.
But I sometimes get in a reading slump during the summer because, there are so many summary books and you have nothing to do and you want to watch other stuff. So I tend to get in a reading slump.
Yeah, I get that.
I was in one for a year and a half. I read 5 books.
Honestly, same.
It was so sad. I'm back now.
I always find I get in slumps when I read a book that I really love and I just think nothing's going to compare to it. And then
So that's when I just reread the book over and
I
over.
don't reread books at all. Never have reread a book unless it's one that I have not remembered and then have reread it because I don't actually know what's happening.
When I first
Yeah, this, I
Have you
just
guys- Sorry.
I just wanted to point out, as we're talking about rereading books, Caitlin,
Yeah,
The Hunger Games.
Go on, how many times have you read The Hunger Games? Caitlin?
9.
9?
Well, I first read the series and then straight after I was like, well, guess I'm going to restart it. So I finished the series and then I read the series again straight after. Didn't stop there. Then I did it one more time. And then after that, I
Wow.
reread it. But I haven't read it this
You
year.
must love it so much.
No,
Next month.
it's going to be number 10 this time, so we're going to have to celebrate it.
Yay!
Anniversary.
Anniversary.
And also,
We'll
my
have
brother-
drinks and we'll celebrate the
like
10th time of you reading.
birthday, and I read it all on my birthday. So like my birthday is also my Hunger Games birthday. It's really
That's
cute.
really that's really cute.
What can I say?
I to be fair, I think I've read when I was younger. I wasn't like that big of a reader, but if I found a book that I really liked, I'd basically just keep rereading. And the books I did that with, I don't know, one of them's really rare, and it's called The Silver Notebook. And it is literally like genuinely the most nothing book ever. Like it has no plot, no real character development, but for some reason I just loved it. And then obviously Harry Potter, which I read like 7 times. I was deeply obsessed with Harry Potter.
You keep reading that and you just find new things in it because there's so much to it.
I've never read it.
Yeah,
I read, like the first one. Never read it.
they're really nice, easy reads.
Until you get to like the last one. And then I was like, there was so much going on.
It's so long.
It all just goes to shit.
That's why I've only read the first one.
The second one's not long.
Yeah, but then it gets progressively longer, and I didn't want the commitment of having to read a long book if I get invested. But also, I just didn't like it. I didn't like the writing.
To be fair, I think I tried rereading them recently and I just didn't like the writing at all. So
The writing develops with the books though, if that makes sense. Like I feel she was developing it with how old people reading it would have been.
how readers would get. Yeah.
Like that's quite talent. But we don't
But she's
stand.
a trash human being.
Yeah, we don't talk about her anymore.
No, I
God.
know.
But Dobby wrote them. What do you mean? Dobby wrote Harry Potter.
He's so smart. Bless him. Oh god.
I also just can't series. I just can't. They can't
You
hold my
can't
attention.
series.
I can't read because they just don't
Series.
hold my attention.
Series.
Okay, I can't read series. They don't hold my
Series.
attention. Like I just get so bored. I don't know why.
No, I get that.
But I like exclusively read standalones. Like if something's in a series, I feel so proud of myself that I've even tried.
Have you tried reading like something really simple or like a really short series to get you like into the habit? Like you know the film on Netflix, All the Boys I've Loved Before.
Oh, I've read them.
Love
yeah,
that.
I've read them. Oh,
Like stuff like that with like really just easy to read books and that you can pick up and read as standalones or a series might be a good way to like.
I think I just associate series with like fantasy and sci-fi and
Yeah, I don't
genres
blame
I'm
you.
scared of. So in my head, like I don't ever consider like romance series as like
There's
series.
not many
Yeah, there's not.
romance series.
Jenny
I
Han
remember French
has
Kiss.
2 series.
Somewhere Tempest.
I love that one as well. I'm also in the middle of the Crazy Rich Asians series because I love those books. So I'm going to feel so proud to complete the trilogy. So I don't read a series at all.
I have a question. Have you guys read the Grishaverse trilogy for the upcoming Six of Crows thing?
No, I've only
You've
read.
read
I've
them?
only read Six of Crows and Crooked
Same,
Kingdom. I haven't read
oh.
the original one.
I
I've
read
read all
the
three. I
original
finished
one.
Six of
I
Crows.
was gonna get to Six of Crows, but it's taking me time.
I've only read.
I finished Six of Crows. I finished it Wednesday, I think. Loved
like
it. But the one thing that I would say is when you read it, try and read it as quickly as possible because it's one of those books where you want to keep up the pace.
Yeah.
Whereas
didn't
if you like keep putting it down. See, I didn't like it at first, but then A Court of Silver Flames came, but I committed too far into reading it that I couldn't put it down.
Yeah.
So I thought that I'd like just speed read it all like one night, just go for it. And I actually started to enjoy it a lot more.
Oh my god. This is like the hardest
I didn't read
Oh, I have your favorite Hunger Games.
Catch a Fire. Okay.
For me, like my favorite books are more like series, like favorite series. I count them as books.
I
I think I have like 3 that I can think of.
I'm trying to think.
I'm literally stuck on 2.
I think I've got 4. So, Crazy Rich Asians, one of my favorite books of all time. Then I had 3 more. Oh, The Kiss Quotient, absolutely loved it. I read it in one sitting from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. I was like, I can't sleep until I finished it. And then The 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, and then Daisy Jones and the Six. They're just such good books.
I've literally only got 2. Why can't I think of any
Is it
books
just
I've
The
read?
Hunger Games and Catch a
No,
Fire?
it's The Hunger Games. The series is 1.
Yeah.
And then The Wrath and the Dawn.
Oh yeah,
I
you
love
love
The Wrath and the Dawn. And then I can't think of any books I've read. Everything's
See, I think for me, I would have to go for Clockwork Angel by Cassandra Clare.
Mm.
One of my favorite things about that book is just the setting. I tried reading The Mortal Instruments, and I do like The Mortal Instruments, but they're nothing compared to the Clockwork series.
my heart.
The Hate You Give. The Hate You Give.
That's great.
I have The Hate You Give Concrete Raisin on the come up, and I just think, if you think about the whole Black Lives Matter movement and you read that book, you'll just understand it. That's all you really need to just understand that book. And then All the Bright Places. I think it's mainly sentimental reasons. I just love that book. It was one of the first books I properly read on mental health. Really love that one. I think that's it. Yeah, there you go. That's my favourite books.
I'm proud of myself. I thought of another one, As I Descended by Robin Talley. No one's read it.
Is that
It's
queer?
I've never heard of that.
It's a sapphic modern Macbeth retelling.
Oh my god, I need to read it.
Great, I love it.
Oh my goodness,
It's kind of creepy. I recommend it to everyone. I just shove it down people's throats. I'm like, here you go.
Wait, did you say Macbeth retelling?
Yeah. It's a.
Oh, I love Macbeth. I think that's my favourite Shakespeare.
Great, isn't it?
Did you guys study it for your GCSE or GCSE equivalent?
I did Macbeth.
No.
And then
Yeah,
I did
me too.
I did Othello for A level.
I did Merchant of Venice and then
So random.
Merchant of Venice is so good.
That's so random.
But my favourite's 12.
I miss Something Dream.
I like A Midsummer's Night's Dream is my
Oh, me
favourite.
too.
It's so funny. I saw a great.
I would I really
Sorry.
want to see it in production. That's what I wanted. I was just going to say, I just love productions of A Midsummer's Night's Dream.
I saw
I've
it
seen it.
in either the young Vic or the old Vic, one of those two, and it was so good. Honestly, it was hilarious. I was just sat there like cry laughing the entire way through. It was so funny.
We should go see it in the Globe.
I just think it's like the wackiest Shakespeare play. It just makes no sense, and honestly, that's just why I love it.
And there's so many characters in it that you're just like, who the hell are you?
Mm.
Never.
That's
Yeah.
how I feel with the book I read though. I'm like, who are you? And why are you here?
We did a school play for A Midsummer's Night Dreams. I remember doing play for that.
Yeah, I did that as well when I was in like year 7 or year 8, and I played. Is it Helena, the one that starts off where everyone likes her,
Yeah.
or everyone likes
the
her?
one
No,
who
wait,
plays-
or is it up the other
Helena's
way
the one
around?
Everyone like
Hates to begin with.
Hermione's the one that everyone likes.
Yeah, because then it switches, doesn't it? And we were split between 2 different people for both of the women, I guess they're called. And I was in the first half where everyone didn't like her. So it was just me, like everyone being like, "No, get away from me" for the first part of it.
It's such a great
Brilliant.
play. That
I want to watch like a play version now. Maybe tonight I'll just like nerd out and watch it.
there are some bad ones out there though, so be careful. That's with
I'll
every
find a good
Shakespeare though,
one.
isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, I watched this amazing Hamlet one where Hamlet was a woman and like she was gay, and it was just incredible.
I love gay.
I talked about it in my final.
I love gay.
Literally,
Gay.
we're like discussing books, and then I'll be like, "Gay," and she's like, "Gay," and we're like,
And then
"Great."
she's like, I need to read it.
Honestly, I want to read more like LGBTQ plus books. The only one that I've read is Love, Simon and Will. Actually, I've read Will Grayson, which
Let
they're
me
both quite
start
mainstream books. But
Oh, I want
This
to
is
read.
me.
Yeah.
As I just said.
I want to read
Yeah.
Red, White, and Blue.
Red, White, and Royal Blue
Yeah.
is.
Oh, I
That-
need to watch that. Read it, even
Oh.
watch it.
I was really crying, like, oh, they're so cute.
Oh, I just recently read a reimagining of Grease, but it's a gay, and it was so good. It was so good. I loved it so much. So yeah, if you want a gay retelling of Grease, that's the one. Because obviously Grease is a bit.
What is
Grease-
it called?
I would argue that Greece is gay anyway. They're all gay for each other.
Oh,
And that's how I.
that's how you want everything.
It is true.
Oh, I'm so excited for. So I'm obsessed with Netflix adaptations of books, and
That's so good.
I read a book called Behind Her Eyes, and it's just been made into a Netflix series. And I watched the first episode with my mum, and there was a sex scene, and it was weird, and I didn't know what. But then I explained to Caitlin what happened at the end of the book, and she was like, "Well, we have to watch the last episode." So we just sat and watched the last episode to see how it was done, and she got so freaked out. And
I
it was
wasn't
just,
happy.
it was the last 10 minutes, and you were scared the whole time,
All I wanted was to see the last scene, but she made me watch like the last 20 minutes.
and it was scary,
It was scary.
and it wasn't even that scary in the book. It's such a good book.
They have like creepy smiles. I did not enjoy it.
I'm excited though because the one by John Mars is being made into.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
But I haven't read the book. I have it, so I'm going to read it next month because it comes out, I think, on the 12th, and I really want to watch the series because it sounds so interesting. So
The Minders?
It's no the one.
Oh.
It's the TV show that's coming out in March, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
the one.
I'm so excited for the Selection movie. I'm so excited.
I've not actually read The Selection.
I don't blame you.
Is it? No,
It's like
it.
no, I like it, but it's so cringy.
and it's
Is
just-
there a trailer for The Selection?
There's not even a cast out yet, I don't think.
Oh,
But I mean, they've said
so
that
it's
they're doing
like
Selection things before, and then they've all fallen through. So
I thought it was going to be the time because I bought all. Is it 5 books?
5.
I bought all
5.
5 books on Depop for £10. It was such a bargain because I had the first few on my Kindle, but then when I bought a new Kindle, it like deleted a bunch of stuff, and so I can't reread them. So I just thought I'll buy them because I don't remember what happened in like in order to watch the film and understand it. But now I don't even know when the film's coming out.
It's definitely this year, and that's all that they've said.
I ended up giving my copy to my cousin. I just gave it to her. I'm like, read this, because I was like, I wanted to buy the full set, so I gave her the only book. I had the first one, so I just gave it to her.
It's just so much fun.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
it's
I think I have that. I have 2 copies of A Court of Thorns and Roses because I bought the first book in case I didn't like it, and then I fell in love with the first book, so I bought the box set. And so now I have 2 copies of the first book.
Could you say the book name again? I didn't catch.
A Court of Thorns and Roses.
Oh, I have the special edition. I bought that.
Do you
I
like
really like the look of it.
the cover
Yeah.
change that they did? The like fluorescent cover change of The Court of Thorns and Roses. Do you like it?
The one that's matched with A Court of Silver Flames.
Yeah.
I
don't really like
still just prefer the older ones. I don't know what it is. I just feel like they're a bit more. They tried to spice it up too much.
Exactly. They're
If you see the Illumicrate version, they have like illustrated version. The thing is, I bought the box. I don't even have the first 3 books. I'm like, what am I gonna do with the covers? I'm like, why did I do this to myself? But I just wanted a special edition for Silver Flames, so I guess that works out.
Oh, I don't like them. And they're weird.
Yeah, look.
They're so bright.
They're just
But I
fluorescent.
feel like the old ones looked more fantasy.
Exactly.
Yeah, they do.
Like this is the A Court of Silver Flames one. Oh,
I
God.
don't
I
like
like it, but I just
Do the other books even have color? Like, you know, that one has like orange, right? Do the others have? No, like the other
Yeah.
version, the new
They
version
I'll get a picture up.
for
They
Echo.
have like, oh god, where is it? That.
That's the paperback. If you look at the hardback, it's still gray, and it doesn't really have the color, except for gray.
See,
I
I
feel like
like
I'm
the
confusing
illustration
you
of
guys.
Feyre.
But
on
I
the
really
front
like
of
that
this.
copying better.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
don't get why they did the cover change because now you can't get the original ones.
yeah.
I don't understand it.
I know. I wanted to wait for A Court of Silver Flames to come out so they would match my current ones, but they don't. It's really
Like-
frustrating.
I remember when the cover was released for Court of Silver Flames and everyone was really worried about it because they were like, oh, it looks like it was just thrown together. And then loads of people were like, oh, if she doesn't care about the cover, then she doesn't care about Nesta. And people got really mad.
God, that's such a stretch. What the
Isn't it?
heck?
I kind of get where they're coming
That's
from.
such a booktuber thing to do, like and snap at them. Just
thought
you must hate those books.
They were just like, oh, they're not going to care about Nesta because the cover looks just thrown together.
I don't
Why would
like-
she write a whole book about Nesta if she didn't like her?
I don't like
Do you have 2 bookshelves? It looks like 2, but
Why was the
is it
taken
2?
out?
No, I have like one bookshelf, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But on the basically because they're all my family's books as well. There are books on like behind the set. I
Mhm.
don't know if that makes sense. So like there's some facing this way and then there's some facing that way. And all the books I don't like are on that side and all the books that I like are on this side. The hierarchy.
I have to separate my books between what I have read and what I haven't read. I don't know why, but when it's mixed up with books that I have read, I just think about how much I love them and how much I don't want to trust a book. And if I don't like it, it's sad. What? And also, like, no, but I like
zoned out. What were you saying?
like I like to separate them between read and haven't read because if I keep my books that are unread and my books that I have read, then I just think about the books I liked that I have read. Oh, they're not going to be as good as, you know, the new books aren't going to be as good.
That's so sad.
And I have to rainbow organise my books.
I
If
love your bookshelf.
the unread ones are rainbow.
I literally don't organise mine, they just go where there's space.
How? That's
Mine
so
are like mine are kind of themed, but also like this stuff is just series that look nice. That's literally the only like they're really weirdly categorized. This is like classics and educational. This is like contemporary. This is like fantasy, I guess, and also like other random books that just don't really fit anywhere else. This is like standalones that I like childhood books, Cassandra Clare, and then that's supposed to be Sarah Jane Maas, but my Chain of Gold copy didn't fit in my Cassandra Clare one, so I had to extend.
Chain of Gold was so good. I'm so excited for Chain of Iron.
Don't even. I'm literally like.
Did you see the thing she keeps putting up, like the little bits from? And honestly, one of the.
Oh. Is she
Oh,
frozen?
no.
Oh no.
Internet problems.
Have you guys read Chain of Gold?
Sorry. It just you
Chain
literally
of which one?
frozen. Have we read what?
Yeah, have you read Chain of Gold?
Yeah. That's
I
it.
loved it.
I literally my lock screen since I've never had a lock screen set for this long. And since I read it in summer, my lock screen has been
Oh yeah.
just
Is that a
German.
ghost?
Yeah, he's supposed to be a ghost. That's like the whole thing, basically.
I haven't
But,
read any of her books.
I don't know what-
if you read any, read the Clockwork series. That's the best, in my opinion. That's the one that will like get you gripped.
Well, that's supposed to be more like historical fiction, right?
Yeah, it's so obviously you have like the Shadow World, and each of like her set series jump back and forth throughout time pretty much. And that's set in, is it Victorian England?
Victorian, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like in London as well. So it's just really cool. I just really like the setting and just like
Mm. I love the Victorian period. I feel like out of the like time periods before 1900, I'd say the Victorian period was my favorite.
yeah.
Not that I know any. I literally, me with English history, I'm like, I know. Just didn't pay attention in school, but it's okay.
I mean, I did
Well,
history A level. I still don't know that much about.
It's like
Okay.
12 now.
I
Oh,
don't
okay, well, I understand you want to go and get some sleep.
Yeah.
If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to last till like 11 p.m. anyway. So
I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't be able to speak past like 11. I'd just be sat there like.
That's why I don't feel energetic right now. I'm agreeing and talking. But if you see me in the middle of the day, I would be like really energetic. But it's night, so
I
Yeah,
don't blame you. I don't blame you.
we'll try and mix it up a bit. Maybe try and find another time where you're not up until midnight if we can. But it was nice speaking to you.
Yeah.
yes, it was nice meeting you all.
You
me
too.
too.
Yes. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Right.
So it's backwards.
I know.
I keep being like,
I keep going this way and accidentally
yeah.
Okay.
How are you guys time wise? Have you got any plans, or are we just like going for as long as we feel like it?
A house.
Yeah, we're in the house all day.
I feel like even though everyone's supposed to be in quarantine, there's still people like, oh, I've got plans. Then it's like, what plans? Like, what are you doing?
I want to walk.
You can
We've
do that
never
anytime.
walked.
Yeah.
When do we walk?
I'm actually calling one of my friends like later for drinks, but that's probably not until like 8 o'clock, and then we haven't really confirmed the time. So
Oh, I'm so shadow banned.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay.
we will miss your questions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what she needs to get ready for. Once again, she should not be going anywhere either.
Maybe she's just getting ready for herself.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we should do like I wish I did that more often. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't get ready for myself.
Right.
Right. Well, bye Selma, I'll see you later. And now we have no one to ask questions.
Should
I
we
mean,
do
saying
like
that-
we can do like booktube tag questions or something?
I love Selma.
That's a good idea. Should I get it up on my phone?
Go
I
for it.
probably have it.
Question crazy.
Book tube.
What?
Wait.
You give my phone.
Yeah.
Oh, there's loads of tags, isn't there? Oh, I don't know. Trying to think if there's a particular one.
I just have a question in general. How does everyone feel about cracking spines?
I don't like it.
No, for me.
I used to hate it, and I would only hate it now if I knew that I was going to read the book more than once.
Yeah, that makes
If I was
Oh.
going to read it once, here's the thing: cracking the spine doesn't bother me too much. Obviously, I try and avoid it, but I'm literally.
She's
Sorry,
gonna have a
I distract my
sleepover.
husband.
So I don't agree with this whole sleepover thing, but it's a different household, so I can't change what she's doing. But MGP is the Danish version of like Eurovision sort of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Eurovision.
Yeah. But it's
Yeah.
usually like they have obviously the adult Eurovision, but there's also a kids Eurovision where they sing about stupid things. Like there was a song about how they wanted a longer break in school. So they were like, I don't like 15 minutes, I want 30 minutes.
That's a mood.
I'll think for that.
No, so like if I'm gonna read a book once, I don't really mind cracking the spine. However, if I know that I'm gonna keep reading it, or I know that I really love it and I'm gonna go backwards and like I'm gonna keep it forever, I try and like preserve it as best I can.
Well, I just accidentally broke a spine. I broke the spine of this when I was reading it in the last reading sprint, so oops.
No, because you were reading a hardback and you were trying to crack its spine just to annoy me.
Yeah.
She was sat there and she was
On a
bent-
hardback.
The hardback is now like
It's like distorted on the
wonky.
spine.
I don't
was
like
no-
that.
I wouldn't do that. That's a bit far.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I sat there and I was getting so mad, and I voided that book as well. That was
Yeah.
disrespectful.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was going to be wonky.
Well, I can't crack spines. Like I'll literally read a book and like hardly open it like this.
Yeah.
I don't crack a spine because I just think it looks so pretty when it's not cracked. I like to have my
Can't tell
books
with this.
look as if they haven't been read. That's
Yeah.
See, I kind of think
Fair
like
enough.
I bought it, so then I'm like, I don't know.
if I spent money on it, I'm like, oh, if I spent so much money on it, I want it to be perfect.
Yeah, if it's secondhand, I really don't care.
Oh yeah, because normally the spines are cracked anyway. So I don't have a problem cracking
If it
those
was
spines.
expensive, then I'll be like, maybe I'll
Mm.
keep this one.
That's why I like floppy books.
Yeah,
Like
that's
it's just like literally I can do that and it's
Not
fine.
So my one's floppy. at the
See, I
moment.
thought this was floppy, and it turns out it wasn't.
Why didn't you write to you guys?
I mean, it's not going to be a very long book because it will be 8 lines long.
That's a long old book.
I'm not creative enough to do that. My mind
This
is
is
just
Can we have Milky the cow in it?
No,
it's the kind of thing that you would do at school. I swear I used to do
the thing
that.
you would do, like, you know, what's that game where like someone draws the picture and you fold it over? and you- That's like what it is, right?
Mm,
That-
yeah, I've definitely done that.
Oh, I've got another question. Oh wait, what was it? Bookmarks or dog earring?
But bookmarks.
Bookmarks.
I'm a
always.
dog girl. I'm not gonna lie. I'm literally vexing people so much right now.
This one.
However, here's the one reason why I don't use bookmarks, because I lose literally everything. And bookmarks and pens and watches are like my 3 things that if you get me it, I will lose it within. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'll lose it within like a week. So
We've just got to keep matching bookmarks.
Yeah, my mum made us matching bookmarks.
that's really
so
cute.
They're really fun.
Yeah, we like to ping them around.
They make fun noises.
I can't dog ear. I don't know what. Oh, I just think the crisp pages should not be distorted.
Just dog it. Just
Getting rid of that.
I don't like how it looks when you've got the book closed and then you can see.
Can you? I
Yeah,
can see that
kinda.
right now, and I
Do you
don't
see what I
like
mean?
it.
Like
Yeah.
you can see when where it's been.
See, I don't mind it because I can see how much I've got to read. Where is it?
Oh yeah.
That's why I like doing them.
You're close to the end of that, are you? Well, I can see.
Yeah,
You're pretty close.
I'm like really close to the end now.
I've heard it's emotional. Is it emotional?
It's very deep at moments. It just goes really deep for no reason, and it's sort of like it hits.
Oh.
And I've also heard that people are annoyed about the end.
Oh, I don't know much about that.
Just to make you scared.
I'm really excited because I really like Cassian. Everyone's like Asriel, but I'm like, no, Cassian all the way.
Wait, is there someone called Asriel?
Yeah.
Isn't that the name of the cat in the Smurfs?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Smurfs? And then because there's this thing that we always, me and my sister, we find it hilarious. There's a bit where, whatever his name is, what is his name? Gargamel thinks that the cat's dead, and he's like, Asriel, are you dead?
That bit. Are you dead? Oh my god, that's just brought back a really triggering memory.
The Smurfs. I've never seen the Smurfs.
No.
Do you know I get confused between the Smurfs
And Alvin and Chipmunks.
No, and the gnome Romeo and Juliet.
I love Romeo and Juliet.
What a film!
Romeo and Juliet. Do you know the most iconic character in that whole film is the little mushroom? Is it a mushroom? Like,
I'm
really trying to
thinking
think of
of
it now.
the dude who wears that really bad swimsuit.
Yeah, I love him.
That's
Yeah.
what I've got imprinted in my head at all times.
okay.
We have a least favorite book because I love finding out why people don't like books.
I've not got a least favorite
Ooh.
books I don't like.
Check my Goodreads.
I don't like the Hazelwood.
What's wrong with the Hazelwood?
I just didn't like it. The plot, like, it had potential, but the writing let it down.
What was wrong with it? Too basic or?
No, it just it needed extra pages because it was so rushed. And then I hate the Cursed Child. I cannot deal with the Cursed Child.
I understand that.
Fan fiction that is the Cursed Child. It is literally. Have you seen a Harry Potter musical?
I have.
With the guy from Glee?
Yeah, Darren Criss.
Is it that one? Oh,
The second one of those, which probably came out about 10 years before The Cursed Child did, is the exact plot of The Cursed Child.
it?
Yeah, so I'm telling you,
I didn't
Cursed
know that.
Child is fan fiction for Star Kid.
wow.
And that's the tea.
Go on. Cancel it.
Talking about that Harry Potter musical, the person that plays Malfoy, when they're like rolling around on the floor, and then they're like, what is it? They're saying, I'm gonna go to what's it called? The school
Big
that's
Farts.
like Big Farts.
It's on Mars. Pig Farts.
I literally have no clue what you guys are talking about.
You need to look it up. It's so funny.
Please watch it. It's
It's
so
really
funny.
good.
It's on YouTube.
I'm literally just there like, what the hell?
It's so funny. It's a Harry
weird.
Potter musical.
But it's
That's
just
what
just
is it?
taken
There's-
this out of it.
And there's like some sort of romance between who is it? Is it
Dobby.
Voldemort?
Oh, Voldemort and Quirrell. I could not watch the films. I shit Voldemort and Quirrell so much. I love them. They're so funny. Oh my gosh. And then when they go to bed, and because he's on his head, and then there's just two people. Oh,
And they've got that whole song that's about I like this and you like that and all that stuff.
I literally have no clue.
Oh wait, I feel like I can share my screen.
Oh, that would be
I also
sick.
just have Hermione can't draw. Hermione can't.
Oh
draw.
wait, was it?
It's the second one.
Oh,
She
I
loves to
don't
read books, but she cannot draw it, even if she's reading about how to draw. And then it goes to Lupin can't sing. And then he's like, wait,
Oh,
no, you
God.
can't draw. Oh, it's genius. So funny.
I just don't know how good it will be with how I can get if I can connect the audio.
Yeah,
So I'll try. I don't. Which one should I do? Because we'll be here forever if we watch all of them.
I haven't seen it in a good few years, so I don't know. I just love the first one. Hogwarts.
I think we're going back.
Oh, no.
That song's like 7 minutes.
I know. That's
Classic.
a good one.
I took a 10-minute break out of my GCSE history exam to sing that entire song through in my head. This is why I failed.
Extra time was wasted on you.
Yeah, I know.
Caitlin.
In my
Right,
head,
is
I'm-
this... That's share screen. This is... What's it doing? I don't understand this.
moment.
It should give me an option to... Hello.
I don't think
Oh!
Hello.
I didn't want that. I don't...
Oh, second, go back.
How do we feel about
Oh,
DNF
wait.
while we're waiting? Oh, wait. What?
No, don't worry. Carry on talking.
How do you feel about DNFing books?
I don't do it. I used to. Then I was like, I've invested time into it, so I want to finish it. Does that make sense?
Wait, about what books?
DNFing.
Not like putting them down and not finishing.
It depends on how far I'm in and how boring the book is.
If I'm like 50 pages in, I'll be like, sure. But if I'm like nearest the
Is it happening?
stuff is going on.
Streamception.
Oh my god!
Right,
This is
can you see? What can you see now?
a
YouTube.
very pop musical?
Very pop musical.
I'm so.
Can you
scared.
hear the sound?
No.
Nah.
You can't hear the sound. Okay, I don't know how that works
Sing
though.
it for us if we want.
Usual drama
Like,
degree,
oh,
Caitlin.
Move.
I'll tell you what. I'll watch it later.
Yeah, I feel like this is too advanced for me right now.
I'll watch it later and we can have like a discussion about it.
And you get to hear.
Honestly, once you watch the first one, it's just like down a rabbit hole.
Just don't watch the third one. The third of the series is not good.
Okay.
It was years ago.
The first one's great. The second one is what Cursed Child is based off. I'm telling you. I'll be surprised.
Tell that to that.
Okay, this is a question that's on like the BookTube newbie tags that I'm gonna ask. It's quite an open question. Why do you love reading?
Ooh.
Because I don't do anything else.
That's not enough. That's just bored.
Because I don't have any other
Treat reading
hobbies.
with more
Isn't
respect.
that just why do you hate everything else? Not why do you love reading?
I don't have any talents, so we have to.
Why do I read? I like the sense of accomplishment. Why else? I don't know. I've just always done it. I've never even thought twice about it because I come from a really reading family, and my mum always read to me as a kid, and like me and my sister would have competitions about who could read the fastest and stuff like that. And we used to have our little book club.
That makes
It
so
was
much sense now.
I know. So I just think it's something I've always done, and I just enjoy it. Like living like alternate lives that are so outside my own. I just love it.
Yeah. It's like a escapism, right? And like also I think that they can sometimes really well represent like your inner thoughts and what you think about something or a situation, and it helps you kind of acknowledge it in a way, like acknowledge how you're feeling. I don't know if you guys get that.
Yeah, I read a book, I think it was a few years ago. It's called A Quiet Kind of Thunder, and it was like there was this girl that had really bad anxiety, and she was almost mute because of it. And then she starts to date a boy who's deaf, and it was phenomenal. And I just read there was this whole page about how anxious she was about someone sitting next to her on the bus, and how she didn't want to have to tell that person to move so she could get off of the bus. And I was like, I feel so represented right now, because the amount of times I've sat on a bus and I'm praying no one sits next to me so that I don't have to be awkward and say, this is my stop, can I get off? I just that was the first time that I felt, oh wow, I feel that. And I understood it.
I actually got that with All the Right Places. I mean, I don't really have bipolar, but he talks at one point about mental health, and he says something about how like he wished again that he had something visible, like a broken arm, so that people like it was easier for him to understand it, but for also for others. And it was that bit that made me like really relate to the book in some sense, because it's like it's almost so like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get you completely. I don't think I've read many books with mental health representation, actually. I think I should though. Like,
There's not.
Have you read All the Right Places?
I haven't seen the film either. I'm just worried that it will hurt me too much
It's really good.
because I've heard it's so sad. It's really sad.
It is really, really sad. However, it's not sad throughout the whole book. It's only sad at certain parts. I don't know if that makes it like. I guess that kind of makes it easier because you're not sat there crying throughout the whole book. It's just it hits all at once.
I love Turtles All the Way Down.
Oh, I've not read that.
Is
Oh my god, I have.
Is it OCD? I think it's got OCD in it. It's so good.
It's literally like that. It literally made me understand OCD. Like that's no one explained it as well as he did because everyone talks about like how it's about like needing to clean things, but no one really talked about like the deeper side of it. And I just think that book, like the way that he, I guess, through her talks about like the intricacies of like small things that we wouldn't think about, like bacteria needing that balance and being freaked out by it. I think it's just so. It was so like.
It's definitely up.
100%.
It was so good.
I've read Fault in Our Stars and I've read Abundance of Catherine by him. I loved The Fault in Our Stars when I read it, but I don't know.
The Abundance of Catherine. What is the plot? Why does he
I
just
don't
date
know. I
people named
like the
Catherine?
road trip. I think it's fun.
Why does he just date people named Catherine?
The thing is with John Green books is I like them. Do I love them? No. Do I hate them? No. They're just enjoyable to read.
Yeah. Also, that's like Will Grayson. Why are there two characters named Will Grayson? Why is that the plot? Why is that what you came up with?
But I don't know if you've ever seen any of John Green's YouTube.
Oh yeah, I used to watch.
Like he genuinely just is like the weirdest person, and I feel like that's why like Will Grayson, and An Abundance of Catherines. If you like think about who he is as a person, it's very like fitting almost.
Yeah, you're like, this is so something he'd come up with. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so wacky. Like
I didn't love his writing purely because I just think it is quite pretentious, and like I think the genre he's writing, the age he's writing for, it doesn't really fit that well because I don't know any. I do an English degree, and I don't know any teenagers or like people around our age group that talk the way his characters do. I just think it's quite.
But they're always going into that. I'm not like other girls.
They do.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
Is what's that like? I'm like, great.
I think that's a lot of like books in that genre though. Is it's all like I'm different. I don't fit in. Oh look, there's a guy that loves me. I can finally feel appreciated in this world, and it's like no one really feels like that. Like it's still nice to read, and it's the same with films. Like those films are still all nice to watch, but they're just very like. That's so not accurate, and it's actually kind of damaging if you think about it, because we're told to be thinking like that when that's not accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, how does everyone feel about reading hardbacks versus reading paperbacks? Because I, for one, hate reading hardbacks. I think they're the most uncomfortable reading experience in the world. They're big in your hands and they're more expensive for a worse reading experience.
I mean, the thing is, I obviously, as you can see, I mainly buy paperback books. I'd only buy a hardback book if it was like a new release or something.
Yeah,
I can
that's
buy.
the only reason why I buy them.
However, while I'm reading, this is like A Court of Silver Flames is the first book in like 3 or 4 years I must have read that's for hardback, and I kind of love it because I can just like but only like I would never like switch to hardbacks because I still love my paperbacks, but I can just sort of sit there and just hold it like that. Like you can't do that with the paperback
unless it's a floppy one and it just sits. This is not going to do it, but it kind of
okay, but then it just still like flips back, you know, it's not as clean cut.
No.
What about you, Chloe? You're on mute.
I'm muted.
I don't know how I did that. I was
It's unmuted. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, I really like the way they look, so I wish that I did enjoy holding it. But it is that thing of because they are bigger, and also I find that it hurts. Like if I'm holding it like this, it hurts the bit in between my thumb and my finger. It's really weird.
No,
But yeah, I definitely prefer reading paperbacks, but I prefer the look of hardbacks.
Yeah, no, I think I'm the same. I also I love reading ebooks. I
I've
like
never
to be
read
able
an
to
ebook.
turn about and it not affect it. And also I read faster on ebook. I have no clue why, but I
I think
love
I've
The
read
it.
only thing about ebooks I don't like is that's true. They don't get damaged as easy. The only thing about ebooks that I don't like is that on like Kindle at the bottom of the page it's like so and so minutes left in the chapter, and like I feel really pressured to read it in that time, and I'm like to the point where I don't actually read it properly.
So I get like that, and I'm like, I see it as a challenge. I'm like, I can beat that, even though it's based on your own reading speed. You're just competing with yourself.
Like for no reason.
Yeah. I also just don't like not having the physical book. Like I love being able to look at
where you are.
yeah, and also just owning it. I don't know. I
Yeah.
like being able to see every book I've read on my shelf. Like I'm not one to like get rid of books just because I've read it.
No, neither. Especially if I paid for it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I just
I'm
like
keeping
to,
that forever.
I like to hoard them. I love having like my room at uni is just I've got 2 full bookcases of just books I haven't read, and I refuse to leave any at home because I'm like I just want to look at them all the time. I just like to stare at them.
Okay, here's another question. What book series got you into reading?
The Hunger Games.
Always do the Hunger Games.
It's true though. I can't help it.
I'm trying to think about my favourite. There we go. What got me into series? I'd say probably Divergent. I read the first one. I didn't read any more, but I was super into that. Also, The Selection probably, and I think that's it. Maybe the first Hunger Games. I read that like years ago. Shut up.
I think mine must have been Heroes of Olympus. I think I had 2 friends that were like already like emerged into like the book world, like book social media at that time, because obviously like that was like we were like 11 years old. And like all of that, and then they would always talk about it, so I was like, right, I'm gonna have to read them, and I literally read them and I was like, this is for me.
It's so weird that the books that got me into reading are stuff that I would never read now, like fantasy and that sort of stuff is like so different from my reading taste now, but I remember absolutely loving it. I think I maybe just like YA fantasy instead of
Why fantasy? So
yeah. Adult fantasy is scary, I think, because
I
there's so
they're
much
so
going on.
thick.
The one book that I would actually recommend if you like fantasy but you don't want anything like heavy is Good Omens, because when I tell you that book, like I don't normally laugh out loud at books, but that book is just so funny. But it's like basically it's like based on Armageddon, but it's like a comedy, and it's written by like Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman.
I had to read it for my degree and I loved it, and it's so out of my comfort zone. It was so good.
It's literally I only read it because I watched the TV show on Amazon Prime. Because my sister or my dad or someone was like, oh my god, have you heard like they're making one of Terry Pratchett's books into a TV show? And we sat down and watched it, and I literally fell in love with it because I'm like a big fan of like The Good Place and like educational comedies, like because I'm a little bit of a nerd. Like educational comedy, so like just like anything that deals with ethics but makes it funny, or like I'm just like I just fall in love with. But, yeah,
I loved Good Omens.
I read that as well, but I feel like at the time I was just not in a great place with reading, so I think I gave it 3 stars or something. I feel like I really need to reread it. I don't know. I think it was the writing style. I don't know if it's because it's 2 different authors.
Yeah.
maybe I would try watching the series first, because the series has a narrator, which makes when you read the book you can kind of hear it as more of a narration as opposed to like because that's what it like it's supposed to be, but sometimes it just sounds like really bad description. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it definitely does.
But yeah.
Hasn't the TV show got what's his name? Doctor
David
Who in
Tennant.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got David Tennant, Michael Sheen, Jack Whitehall in it.
That's Whitehall.
That's such
Jack Whitehall. I love Jack Whitehall. He is hilarious.
He plays like a witch finder who's like really like
Oh,
like
is he?
really just like yeah. He plays like the descendant of the witch finder.
Yeah.
That's the character he plays. And he's not in it very much. I used to love Jack Whitehall, but I've gotten off him recently because I've heard like some really weird things about him. And like apparently he's not a very nice person. And he like I don't know, he's just a bit weird. It's very hard to explain, but he does things that sound like they're supposed to be comedic, but he's not joking, and apparently he's quite like up himself.
That doesn't sound. I feel like I can imagine him doing, because he's got that very like upper class white thing that he rolls with like on purpose. I
Yeah.
feel like I can imagine him taking the whole I'm full of myself, but more as like a comedic thing.
Yeah.
Which I
don't
know people do that, and
I think it was like a story that one of my friends told me of like when their friend met him. So maybe they just misunderstood it or misunderstood his comedy. But I think he was like asking them for drugs or something and was like, do you know who I am? And I was like, that sounds like something he'd do as a sketch as opposed to like
yeah.
actually serious. But I guess you never know. We never really know celebrities, right? But
I just think him and his dad, they're so funny. I love his dad more than I love him because his dad is just so funny.
Yeah.
I like his I like anything when he talks about like being posh or growing up from in like and then like the names that he comes up with, they just crack me up. And I can't.
Sorry.
I think they were in a Gogglebox episode together, like one of the celebrity ones, and it's just that's just hilarious.
Have you seen the Jack Whitehall Travels with My Father?
Yeah, so good. And the bit where they've got like the doll or something.
Yeah,
They've got a doll, and then like I can't remember what they called it, but they kept on like talking to it.
They like the dad got a doll and like basically replaced him as a child with this doll and took it very personally.
Oh, I love that show.
I've never seen it.
Well, I'll make you watch it with me. It's so
Great.
funny.
It's like a Sunday watch, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
I read a lot of Jacqueline Wilson books as well.
I was so.
She's such a traumatic author, though.
Oh
Yeah.
Sister Jodie.
Like,
what happened in that book? Does her sister jump out a window?
Yeah. And they're like marketed for like 8-year-olds.
See, I got into reading like after Jacqueline Wilson was a thing, so I never like, and it's one of those things that you read like at the time, but you'd never go back to read.
Yeah. Reading it now. My goodness.
I would totally reread Hetty Feather. I loved that
I
series.
loved Hetty Feather. That was but yeah, I was obsessed with Jacqueline Wilson.
What other books did you guys read as children? Like, if you did read when you were younger?
My Sister's a Vampire series. I loved that.
I read this book.
My sister's a vampire.
Yeah, my
Wait, you read that as a child, The Lonely Bones?
That's
I read it when I was like 11. The
Oh,
Lovely Bones. But basically what it was it was when I was in year 7 and we were doing like this reading challenge thing as part of school, and I was like determined to win because it was me versus like this other girl, and I was like, I'm owning this title, right? It's like, if I'm going to be known as the weird girl that reads in the corner, I'm going to be that girl. Like, no one's going to take that away from me. And my teacher recommended me this book, and she said like she read it on the plane, and she was like crying her eyes out on the plane. And like the girl next to her was like, what the hell is wrong with you? And she was just like crying her eyes out, like mascara running, like ugly crying. For some reason I picked it up. That intrigued me. And I read it and it creeped the hell out of me. However, I really loved it.
I could imagine. I think your teacher probably should have been fired for telling you to read that as an 11-year-old.
She's a very interesting teacher.
now. What about
I don't know. Oh, I think she's like, that's fun for.
And it's from her perspective after.
Yeah, so
Oh.
basically, you know that she's been murdered, and she's watching her murderer interact with her family, basically, without them realizing who the murderer is.
I think he's like her neighbour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For an
Oh my god,
11-year-old.
it's. Do you know what I never realized? The guy who plays the murderer in that film is also the same guy in Devil Wears Prada.
Which one is he in Devil Wears Prada?
He is like the fashion guy.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that.
How good of an actor do you have to be to play a murderer and a gay fashion designer?
Amazing.
Like, what the hell?
I'm trying to think what other books I read as a kid.
What is it, Stanley Tucci?
Oh,
Yeah.
Tucci!
Yeah,
He's in the Hunger Games.
Caitlin.
So
Who does he play in the Hunger Games?
He's Caesar, the
Talk show host.
talk
isn't
show
he?
host, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see that now.
Not relating everything back to
That's funny.
It's a pleasure living with you.
I know you love it.
Trying to think what books did I read as a
Daddy.
kid. I read it. Oh my gosh. The Rainbow Magic book.
I loved them.
Yeah.
But her name was actually Rainbow Meadow.
Daisy.
Daisy Meadow, or whatever. Not me thinking her name was actually Daisy Meadow.
I know.
I was like, that's such a cool name. Her parents were
Is
so
that the one that like you would always see in WH Smith's, and it has like a massive long, it's like a really long set of series, and it's like they have like really sparkly names and stuff. Is that
There's
that's
100 of them.
There was never one with. Or, wait,
I
I'm gonna
was
Google
so
now first.
mad with my one.
Right,
I
what
was
was
so
yours?
mad because I wanted like I must have been like 6 when I was reading these, and then one came out which had my name, and I was like, great. And I wanted the fairy to be like in like this amazing like dress like all the other ones, but then it was Caitlin the Snow Bear fairy, and she was in jeans and an ice jacket, and I was so sad.
That's quite cute. My sister.
No.
oh
Oh no, it's happening again. Does it happen like every hour or something?
like
It just
British fairy.
here we go. I literally
I'm trying to load.
cannot relate to that because if my name was ever in those series, that would be very incredible. But I remember when I was reading them, for some reason I was really scared. There were like goblins in the book or something.
Oh yeah, Jack Frost as well. I remember that creeped me out.
I was
like,
just
properly.
really scared. And my sister was like, you do realise they're probably like that high. And I was like, yeah, they're just scary. Like
Every one of those books was the exact same.
But it was magical.
What were their names? What were the 2 girls' names? Was one of them called Rachel?
Maybe. I don't
I
know.
can't remember that well.
I think I was. Was I?
This one's mine. I can't really relate to the fairy, but it's nice to have some representation.
We love the
Show
representation.
you Caitlin the Ice Bear Fairy.
It was Maisie the Moonbeam Fairy. That is so. Oh, that is so cute.
That's cute.
Team.
I was so mad with this.
You got your own.
What's up with the hair?
Mad. I wanted like a dress and to be like a princess.
I've got a fringe. Maybe it's a sign that I should get a
I've
fringe.
got a fur coat.
It's not real fur though, 'cause she's holding a polar bear.
I wanted to.
You
cry.
should do like I dressed as my Rainbow Fairy character. And you can publish it on like your book account
I'll be
and
so.
make it into a trend.
Can I change my name?
Do your middle name, Jessica.
Oh, is there a Jessica Fairy?
I will find one for you.
I'm changing my name.
Okay.
Legally
this-
change it.
It was just a disappointment.
It was just a
How
disappointment
do you
because I can
find
never
it
find my
out?
name on keychains. But
Jessica.
having a book, oh, that was incredible.
Jessica the something fairy.
My middle name is Nicole. Ah, Nicole the Beach Fairy. I love the beach.
Oh, okay. This is what I want to
What
be.
mine is.
I would have been happy with this.
The Jazz Fairy.
So that's nice.
Ooh.
Right.
I loved those books.
Well, here we go. This is kind of difficult because we're not that far into the year. But what is the best book you've read so far this year?
Red, white, and royal blue.
Oh, I don't
I
know.
have to check my Goodreads. I can't remember.
I always have to check my Goodreads. My memory is not good enough to be able to think of it on the spot.
Well, I read Mrs. Dalloway, which isn't a book that I normally read, but I read it in my uni course. And I really liked
I
it.
didn't read it.
I got halfway through and I couldn't finish. I didn't know what was happening.
And then I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to read that
Did you
one.
really like it then?
I like the storyline of like the side characters more than the main character.
I literally don't know what it's about, and
I
I
think
studied it.
We were
for a week.
studying it for like modernist literature, and it was
It's the
it was a
worst
lot.
module that I've
I
ever.
read the Spark Notes as I was going along.
I feel like it's a really interesting concept, but it's that like stream of consciousness thing where it keeps on changing from whose like perspective it is, and it's like, what?
You really would not like the court of Thorns and Roses if you don't like that style of writing.
But is it like in ACOTAR? Is it like that? It just like changes randomly, or is it more like it shifts perspectives in the chapters, or is it like actually within a chapter?
So a Court of Silver Flames shifts perspective like within the chapter, sorry. But before they would do it so each chapter is a different person's perspective.
Because I usually like that. I like multiple perspective books, like The Guest List and The Hunting Party.
I love
By
that.
Lucy Foley
I need to
are really good, and they're like multiple perspective.
Actually, no, I will say the best book I read this year is Concrete Rose.
Rose.
So it's like The Hate U Give, but it's supposed to be the dad before, like when the eldest son is born or something.
Yeah.
I literally just cry every 10 pages in her writing.
So emotional, wasn't it? I loved that book.
I love the ending of that book. It was very wholesome.
It was so sweet. Oh my god, I think I cried just because of how it warmed my heart so much at the end of that book. Oh,
it was like everything you would want it to be.
It was really good. I think the best book I've read this year was I think it was the sequel to Crazy Rich Asians, China Rich Girlfriend, because I've been wanting to read that for the longest time, and then I brought it home for Christmas, and I had no other books to read, so I was like, okay, I'm finally going to bite the bullet. I'm finally going to do it, and I loved it so much.
Nice.
I feel like mine's either going to be I'm Thinking of Ending Things or The Troop. And I also feel like the one I'm reading right now is definitely up there, but I wouldn't be able to say one individual book.
I think I watched your wrap-ups of TBRs because I had that book. I heard you speak about it and I added it to my wish list on Amazon. So I'm planning to read it, but
I like influencing people.
I was influenced by the title and I was like, oh.
Yeah. It's really it's a wild ride, definitely.
I'll let you know when I get it.
Isn't there a lot of like body horror in The Troop? I've heard that it's like really horrific and gory.
That's what people say, but the thing is, I feel like I don't have a threshold for stuff like that. I honestly, quite frankly, someone could be standing in front of me and like their guts falling out, and I'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. Because when I read books like this, people are explaining it as being really, really graphic and violent and stuff. When it like with body horror and everything, and I didn't think it was that bad, but then I know the majority of people say it is. Have you read Wilder Girls?
I really want to.
Because that's supposed to, again, that's another one that people say is quite graphic, and I can see why people say that, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I've heard it quite like freaky, but I do want to read it definitely because it's like what's the word? It's like a plague sort of thing.
Yeah.
cool to read about.
They're quarantined.
Wouldn't know anything about that.
That's the art reading, especially when it like brings about the end of humanity. It's like great, thanks.
Yeah, I read Bird Box, and it was like this year during like the end of last year, and it was so weird how everything was. Obviously, it was a very different situation, but it was like everything was quarantined, and it was freaky. I haven't seen the film of that though. It was good though.
The film's scary.
Yeah, I've seen the film as well. But the thing that sticks out the most to me is the fact that, do you guys know Machine Gun Kelly? The rapper / singer, whatever he's classified as. He's just like this really tall, lanky, like bleached blonde hair, loads of tattoos. I just remember him being in the film. I was like, why? Like, what's he doing? Yeah, he was in it, and then it was like the only role he had was he was like the really dodgy guy that was like, you know, into crime and everything, that suddenly started this relationship with a police officer, and then they disappeared, and then it was like, okay.
Sorry, what film is this?
Bird Box. You know, the one with Sandra Bullock, and also had what's the one from American Horror Story that I really like, Sarah Paulson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. I just remember that she names the kids girl and boy, which I just
So she doesn't want to get a
Yeah.
think is funny. She's still giving them names.
Yeah, but it's what are you gonna call them?
Isn't that like, you know, in Breakfast at Tiffany's, she names her cat Cat because she doesn't want to get like attached to it.
that movie so
Which
much?
movie?
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
It's so iconic, that film.
I really want to get an animal and then name it the name of another animal.
Yeah.
Like Drinking by My Shelf here on YouTube. She's got a dog and she called it Hippo, but like named after Hippolyta, like one of the Greek queens or something like that.
That is
But she called it Hippo, and that's really cute.
I would like love to. I have a dog and his name is Rocco, but I really wanted to call him Loki. However, it lost the family vote because we voted on it because democracy. But and it was really tragic. But sometimes I just call him Loki for fun because he'll react to anything you call him if you do it in like the right tone.
Oh yeah, my dog does that as well. We just call him like Bob, and like girls' names as well. He's just whatever it is. He's just like, yeah.
my cat just doesn't respond to her name at all. She just doesn't respond to anything. I don't know if cats can learn their own names, but I'm calling her and I'm calling her. She doesn't come, and it's really stressful for me. Right, I miss my cat.
I am not a cat person.
She'll hurt
But
you.
no, actually, cats just don't like me. Here's the thing. I've never like been bothered by cats, but I once saved a cat because it was stuck on my roof. And it just hissed at me and ran away. And I was genuinely like 8 or 9, and it was a really emotional experience for me. So yeah, just cats.
I hated cats until I got one, and she became my absolute world. She cries outside my door to sleep in my bed at night, and she pulls out her own fur because she's so anxious, and she's just really sweet. And I'm obsessed with cats because of her, and she's just so cuddly. But dogs, I think dogs always just smell like the outside, and I don't like that. And also they
I do get that.
I don't like that dogs bark.
I just love dogs because they're so fluffy.
Not all dogs are fluffy though.
Fluffy dogs are fluffy.
So yeah,
Yeah. Big dogs do scare me.
I was so scared of my granddad's dogs. He had like massive English sheepdogs, I think is what they're called. And as a child, I was terrified of them.
My cousin's dog is like half the size of me, and I'm quite tall.
How old are you? 5'7"?
I'm 5'7", and the dog comes up to about here on me,
That's really a big dog.
and I'm scared of it. But it's
My
quite
family, we all have terriers. So I have like a Yorkshire Terrier crossed with a Shih Tzu. My cousin has a Scottish Terrier, like full breed, and then my uncle and my aunt have a Westie crossed with a Shih Tzu.
Westies are cute. I think I'd love to have a little beagle. Their ears are just so floppy.
I like puppy. What are they? Oh my god, which are the ones which she has?
Corgis.
Corgis. Puppy corgis. Their ears like are down, and then as they grow up, their ears pop.
There is pop.
That's
They
really
pop
cute.
up. It's so cute.
That is cute. I didn't realise.
I've
They
No,
did that.
the cutest puppy, and no one can dispute me in this, are golden retrievers.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's so cute.
But anyway, we came really sidetracked with what this channel is.
Conversation.
I was going to say, how long have we been talking for? Because
Wait,
I
we
think
ended
it was like either half an hour or an hour and a half, but I feel like half an hour was too.
It was an hour and a half ago.
Wow. Should we get some reading done?
Yeah.
I'm thinking like if we. I don't know how long I've got, but I feel like if we did like between 50 minutes and an hour, I would definitely be able to get this done. But I don't know how long I can concentrate for. So you guys, how do you feel? Like how long do you want to read for?
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a good shout. I'll put it on for 22 then.
Sounds good. Mute to my sofa.
Oh, wait. Did I? Hello.
Hello. Did you finish your book? You looked distressed at one point.
Was it before I finished it or after I finished it that I was stressed? Was it when I was like this?
Yes.
It was because it's such a stupid thing. I've recently started using this like spreadsheet thing called Corepile
Oh yeah.
to rate my books. And I was like sitting there, I was like, yes, I really love this book. It's 5 stars. Put it into Goodreads, and I was like, oh wait, I should have put it all into the spreadsheet. But I mean, it's not that big a deal. It was sort of like, I can't even remember what I was thinking about. It was really good. So, yeah.
Well, apparently they got engaged during what I just read, but I didn't
didn't
get
realise.
that.
Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? Engagement back then was just like
I didn't even know
you and him. Yeah, there you go.
I thought he was having.
Whereas now it's like a grand proposal and it's very obvious.
And usually the person that's being proposed to knows in advance, and they're like, "I want this ring. I want you to do it here."
Yeah.
We've got about 20 minutes before we have to go and deep clean our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably
Well-
gonna go soon as well because I'm not gonna cook dinner.
Okay.
Well, yeah, to be fair, it's later here. It's like 20 to 6, so I should probably
Oh.
start. So I'm thinking. I mean, to be fair, it makes sense because on this StreamYard thingy that I've got, you get like 20 hours in a month.
Mhm.
So I'm just thinking 5 hours for one live stream is more than enough.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I love the little duck.
Yeah, the ducks.
I'm not gonna lie, I was almost about to cry while I was reading that book and I had to stop myself because I was like, I'm being filmed. I cannot cry.
Was it good tears or bad tears?
Sarah J. Maas is always
It's
sad.
sad. Sad. It was very sad. It was a hard hitting scene. You know when she they do like monologues in Sarah J. Maas books?
Yeah.
It was at one of the monologues and it just got to me.
Honestly, whenever they have a monologue, you know shit's about to go down.
I start crying as soon as I see that big chunk of text. I know.
Someone's going to be really sad, someone's really going to be in love with someone, or someone's really angry. It's one of the three.
Yeah. Some sort of emotion.
Yeah.
Also, if you see me like run away quickly, it's because I have an Amazon parcel that's like 4 stops away.
Is it a book?
No. It's I got a camera thing for my laptop. Which would have been annoying because if it came today that would have been so much better, but we moved. And I got like a phone holder for when I go running and bin bags because I couldn't be bothered to leave the house.
How we feel when we do the bit. We're like, wow.
We think it's like the
We've
height of
adulted
adulthood.
Yeah. How's everyone's books are going?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I read the Spark Notes and I didn't get any of it.
Mine was so weird. Like someone died, and then this man was filling in the grave, and then he was like, "Have a feeling his eyes are open." So he undigs the whole grave, busts open the coffin, and then his eyes were open. It was so weird. There was just a lot of talk about boobs, which felt very out of place just after a scene of someone digging up a coffin.
And she likes to read them out loud.
Yeah, I like to read out the
So
really
I'll be in
weird
the middle
bits.
of Pride and Prejudice. She's like, I'm not going to say the quotes out loud because
they're
they're
so
a bit.
They're a bit grim.
You're gonna get confused between what actually happened in that book and what she read out loud to you.
And I'm going to be like, and there are a lot of boobs. And I'm going to be like, where did you get that from? Like, I didn't tell you they're in there. Just mentioning them. And I would be like, you'll just make the book better, wouldn't it?
Make it better.
No, I'm thinking about Pride and Prejudice with the
I'm almost finished now. I think I have like 50 pages left. I think maybe tonight I'll just finish it off. And then I'll be done. And
It's so satisfying when you finish a huge book.
Or like, because this is a series as well, so finish like being all caught up with the series is also just
I
really
did that with
satisfying.
Cassandra Clare. I get so stressed if I get behind on her books.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just going to be spoiled.
yeah.
And it's-
I'm gonna see something like one of my friends spoil. I'm not gonna say it. I mean, so you've clearly read them all. So you know when like a change between the three people happen
In which book?
between so the three people in Clockwork Angel who also appear in the Dark Artifices.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The end.
That got
was actually-
spoiled. Yeah, that got spoiled for me.
I got a spoil for a certain death in the Dark Artifices.
Yeah.
And I was like,
It's really annoying because it just takes away like the absolute shock. Like,
actually,
just
to be
the
honest,
shock.
I think I wouldn't have been able to carry on if I hadn't been spoiled for it. Because it came out of nowhere. Oh, Cassandra Clare, why do you do this to me?
Cassandra Clare, she breaks my heart at least once in every book.
I don't think she cares about any of her characters. I think she's just like, they're just there for me to kill.
She's like a puppet master, and she's like, I am controlling you. Oh, yeah, just throw you away. And you're like, no.
Honestly, it hurts my heart.
Yeah.
I was very confused. Do you know what you're going to rate A Court of Silver Flames yet?
Probably, I'd give it quite high, but purely because I really like Nesta's character and I really like Cassian. I'd probably give it like a 4.
Mm.
I don't think it's quite like 5-star worthy, but
Who's your favourite character in it? Because loads of people have been saying their favourite character is Feyre. And then I've seen people be like, how is your favourite character Feyre? She's not in it.
one of the things I love about Sarah J. Maas is her characters. So it's quite hard for me to narrow it down. But I really like Nesta. I think she's quite a well-built, complex character. And I really like, I don't know how you say it, but like Gwyn, she's like one of the side characters in this one. Those are the two that are my favourite at the moment.
And my other question is, do you still like the Inner Circle? Because I know a lot of people say that they now hate the Inner Circle. Is that what they're called?
I do get that. I think that's the whole point of like you're reading it from Nesta's perspective, and obviously Nesta doesn't really connect with the Inner Circle, and so like they always make it feel like an outcast. But I feel like if you were to read it from like Pharaoh's perspective or like Rysand's perspective, then you're gonna have a different outlook. So I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I don't like Rhys. I don't know how you say it anymore. I don't like him in this book, which is weird because I really liked him before. But I think now, because of the way that he would treat Nesta, I just really don't like it. Like I don't want to give anything away. That's why I'm trying to keep it very vague. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't really have a firm opinion.
I'm waiting for me to be able to get it secondhand before I get it. And then I'll probably read it. I just don't want to support.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. And also it'll be so much cheaper, except for on eBay again, where I found them for like £600. I was like, what are people doing? Who's buying that?
Evidently someone.
Imagine how many books you could buy for £600.
It's insane. I saw one the other day that was 1,000.
You could buy so many. You could buy 100 books.
It's like, what are you doing?
You could buy 500 books for £1,000. I'm deep of evidence.
Chloe, did you manage to finish your book?
Yeah, I did. And then I started reading the afterword, and then I was like, why am I doing this? No, well, the thing is, it sounded interesting, the afterword, to begin with. It was like he was talking about, I mean, because this book is about the assassination of JFK, he started talking about that and, like, different conspiracy theories and stuff like that. And then it got to a point where I was just like, but then I could just read a book about the assassination of JFK. But I mean, that's beside the point. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
How long is it?
Nice.
It is, I think it's like 730 something.
That's insane because that's like the same.
Yeah.
size as this,
744.
but that looks so tiny
Yeah.
compared.
I think it's
like
the type of
actually.
pages. Is that like the really thin white pages? Because these are like the yellowy
Yeah,
ones. Yeah.
it's like, well, my copy, you can't put this in copy.
No.
Because I think that was the same edition that I read of Salem's Lot.
It's got
This
cool
is,
drawings.
750.
We've yet to figure out how vampires come into Salem's Lot.
It literally says, "Do you believe in vampires?" And I'm like 220 pages in, nothing as of yet, absolutely nothing. So
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot better if they hadn't have. I think maybe if you had read it when it first came out, it would have been like this massive surprise, like, oh my god, vampires. But now that it's like everyone knows that that's a vampire story,
yeah,
like there's absolutely no. I can imagine if I'd read it and I didn't know it was about vampires, and then I got to that point where the vampires start being a part of it, because it's supposed to be like a mystery of what's happening to people, but it's not a mystery if you know that there's vampires in it.
So how far did the vampires come about?
I honestly can't remember, but I understand what you mean with like the reading the first. I mean, it could be. No, I honestly can't remember.
Because I'm just trying to like, make sense of how any of it is going to come together in a vampire way, and I'm struggling.
Yeah. I do feel like it was one of the Stephen King books that's like lower on my favorites, or my on the list of the ones I've read.
I think that if I wasn't reading them in order, I probably would have not been as like wanting to read it. So I'm glad
Yeah.
that it's something that I wouldn't normally read. But I'm just so excited to get to The Shining, which is the next one. And I've got it in the really pretty like rainbow edition. I'm really excited.
Do you know what? I really want to reread The Shining at some point.
I think I'm going to try and read it next month.
We
Sorry.
do this thing when we're reading books, if we finish one that has a movie, we watch the movie when we
Straight
finished
after.
it. So, I think this was a TV show.
Yeah,
doesn't
but I
it?
don't know how I'd get the TV show of that.
Well, we'll try and find a TV show.
But when I read The
we're gonna have
Shining,
Pride and Prejudice to watch.
great.
And then The Shining we're going to have to watch, and it's really not going to be fun for me because I can't do horror movies.
Have you watched The Shining before, either of you? Because I'm just gonna say, when Stephen King went on the rant about how it's not very good and everything, because it's one of the films that he really hates of his adaptations, it's not that great.
Oh,
I only know about it because of that episode in Friends when Joey's favourite book
Oh.
is The Shining and Rachel.
Doesn't he put it in the fridge?
Yeah, literally, and that's all I know about it. So like, I'm ready for it. I'm just gonna be scared, and I will
I've only
probably
I
cry.
thought everyone loved it.
Well, I think, yeah, it's definitely like a cult classic, so people really enjoy it. Just, I think maybe more for, like, I don't know, you know, when people just like films that are maybe not the best quality, or like maybe a bit. I mean, I think it is good quality because it's a really great director. But what I remember watching it, I watched it before I read The Shining, and I was just thinking, like, what's going on? Like, what it felt really like long.
Oh,
I
okay.
quite like it.
Yeah, it's definitely got creepy
Yeah.
looking like set. and
Mm.
everything.
It's very atmospheric because I think it's set when it's like snowing and everything, and then there's like the topiaries and everything, and obviously it's a massive hotel.
In the hotel
Yeah.
with a bathtub.
I just-
This is me, friends. Bathtub and a man.
Yeah, I don't know about the bathtub, but there's a man, definitely.
Oh yeah, there's a
I know.
bathtub.
All I know is like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cover of the film is like him looking through the door or something. I think
Yeah,
he's
it's
supposed to get
Johnny.
through the door. That's literally all I know.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna get so scared.
I'm gonna cry.
Oh wait, I haven't even seen the film of Carrie because I read Carrie and I really liked
I
it.
love the newer film of Carrie.
I haven't seen either of them either.
I also love the musical of Carrie. I think you'd quite like the musical of Carrie.
Musical?
They really do just make a musical out of everything, don't they?
The Riverdale, the first musical episode. Of
Oh,
Oh,
and they did it so badly, and it's such a good show, and then they ruined it. But yeah, the
I
show's
don't know watch Riverdale.
it's really good.
Oh, I watched the first season, and then after that, I was like, I'm too old for this.
I'm too far in now to go back with it.
same here.
It's got picked up for another season. I can't wait.
And I have Riverdale Monopoly, which my sister lovingly bought me for my birthday as a joke, and now it's a staple in our household, and we can't not play it.
I love it. Awful. But I know all the places in Riverdale now.
But yeah, I definitely need to watch Carrie.
I'll watch that one with you. It's scary.
The book wasn't very scary.
No.
I liked how it was like some parts were like extracts from books. I thought that was really cool.
And like the cast of the newer Carrie film is really good.
Isn't it?
Meaning that I like Ansel Elgort.
Very
true.
Have you seen Baby Driver?
Yes. Oh my god.
The soundtrack's so good.
I love him in Baby Driver.
I put off watching it for so long because I was like, oh, it doesn't really sound like anything that would interest me. And then the soundtrack is literally like the only reason to watch that film. And Ansel Elgort.
Very true. I love that film so much. Oh, I love the director. Oh, it's very good.
Who's the director?
The one that directed Shaun of the Dead and
I
Hot
don't-
Fuzz.
You think I've seen Shaun of the Dead?
I
Let
have.
me. He does the Cornetto trilogy, no?
Yeah. I can't remember what his name is.
Edgar Wright.
Edgar Wright. That's it. But yeah, I want to rewatch that now.
I've seen them all so many times. My biggest flex is that I like the film Hot Fuzz.
Mhm.
It was based on the town where I grew up.
That is so cool. I love stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like nothing ever happens where I live because I'm from like the rural countryside. But if there's ever like a book or like a movie set where I live, I just shove it in everyone's face.
See, I have a Pride and Prejudice on my side because I grew up in Hertfordshire.
Oh, I was reading it like I know that. I don't live there. I was like I know where that is, which is a lot for me because I don't know.
Good old St Albans is mentioned in a lot of books as well. So,
No one. I've read one book which mentioned where I'm from. No, it didn't mention where I was from. It mentioned Egham.
Did it?
Yeah, and I was like, why is it
What
mentioned?
Really?
Exactly. What book was that? I
I'm
was like,
surprised small books
why
like
are we talking about Egham? Of all places we could talk about.
just a tiny little town with it.
And I was talking about Runnymede as well.
Oh.
Wow.
The what's it called? The War of the Worlds is set in Surrey.
Yeah,
I remember opening that, and it was like the Surrey countryside was like the first line or something. I was like, oh my god, I didn't even know that, and like I just went and bought the book anyway.
Surrey is
found
quite
out.
a popular. It's quite a popular location for book settings, I feel.
I don't read a lot. I haven't read about Surrey a lot.
Oh, it's one of those. I don't. Maybe not set, but it's always just mentioned.
yeah, no, yeah, I think it is, yeah. There's always like stuff mentioned about Norfolk, which is the county above mine. So I'm like, it's so close. Just say Suffolk, which is where I'm from. But there's never anything.
Right, what else can we fill these last couple of minutes with? Is anyone even still watching?
Yeah, there's 2 people. I
Hello,
don't know who they are.
our buddies.
Do you have any questions? Whoever's watching?
Question. What is everyone's most anticipated read of the year?
Chain of
What, like
Iron.
new releases or
Chain of
just in
Iron.
general?
Either. Doesn't matter.
Chain of Iron. I'm so excited.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I was so sad.
You what?
I thought it came out at the beginning of this month, and I was so excited. And then I looked it up to pre-order it, and then it was like
March
March,
2nd.
and I was like, oh.
I pre-ordered it, and mine's saying the end of next month it will come. But people said that happened when A Court of Silver Flames came out, and it said that there was like ages, but then it came like the day of the release.
I pre-ordered mine, and it said it was arriving on the 2nd, and I only pre-ordered it the other day, like 2 days ago. I left it a bit late. Yeah, it says the estimated delivery is 2nd of March.
Mine's the 23rd of March.
Where did you order it from?
Amazon.
Oh, same. That's weird.
That was weird.
Hopefully it should just come. Maybe they're just.
Oh no, my Amazon
Yeah.
does that all the time. Pre-order, and then it does normally come on the day or
Why
the day after.
pre-ordering stresses me out because like sometimes you don't get it. You can tell they just run out of copies, and then they're like, right, who do we give them to?
Yeah. Anyway, anticipated reads. Chloe, what's your most anticipated read?
I'm really bad with the new releases thing. Like, I just don't keep an eye on it. But like, of books that I know I'm going to read in the near future, I feel like Bunny is probably up there.
I'm excited to see what you think about it because I only gave it a 3, but I think it was just because I'd never read anything like it, and I was so lost a lot of the time. But I'm excited to see what you think about it because it's a wild ride.
What are you reading next?
I don't know. But I've also just got My Dark Vanessa, which I'm really excited about reading as well.
Yeah,
I mean, there's like basically all the books that I've just got. Also, Trust Exercise by Susan Choi.
heard about that.
Is it Susan Choi? Well, essentially, the thing is, I've heard like 2 people on YouTube talk about it, Drinking by Myself and Noelle Gallagher. I don't know if you know those 2. And they didn't like them. I didn't like the book. I think they gave it like 2 stars both. But it's the concept. It reminds me. It sounds very like sort of like The Secret History in the sense. Wait, no, is it The Secret History I'm talking about? I'm thinking, yeah, it is because it's like very morally grey characters, and it just sounds like it's almost like you've got loads of different perspectives, and it's trying to figure out what's the truth. And it's I think the synopsis is like there's 2 students at a performing arts school, and then they get initiated into some sort of game with this teacher who then eventually gets accused of something in the future or something like that. So it just sounds really interesting.
Can't
That sounds really
I know so many people are weird.
I think I might read Athena's Child next. Or I really want to read Turtles All the Way Down.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
I just feel like rereading it recently and I don't know what it is, so I think I'll see how I feel when I finish it.
My next read is 50 Shades Darker. Woohoo! We're going to the 2nd book of 50 Shades of Grey. Can't wait.
The amount of time she'd stop from reading the first book and just read me quotes, and I'd be like that didn't add anything to my life.
Oh, and no, because you can't wait because we'll watch the movie
We'll watch the
after we
movie.
finish it.
Ooh.
See, I think Sarah J. Maas's writing makes me feel uncomfortable enough. I don't think I could read a whole book like that.
It's so weird. It's so weird. She just bites her lip a lot. And then he's like, you know what I do when you bite your lip? And then she's like, I bit my lip anyway. And I'm like, oh, Anastasia. Getting pretty. Honestly, classic.
I think what books I'm excited for this year. Would you like any books I'm really excited about?
You did, but I can't remember. I don't listen when you talk.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ooh, I don't know. I'm really excited for the new Taylor Jenkins Reid book. It's called Malibu Rising.
Oh yeah, is that set in like the 80s or something?
Yeah.
I love the 80s as a decade. It's like I think it would be the one decade I'd go back to if I could.
And I think it has characters from one of her other books, and I'm so excited. It's not in like the same format because Daisy Jones and the Six was written in like an interview format, and then Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo was written also in an interview format. But this one I think is just standard prose. So I'm excited, but I don't think I'll like it as much because I like the different type of writing style. So I'm hoping I like it, but I'm not putting a lot of pressure on liking it in case it's not good.
Mm.
Okay.
I want to do these live streams relatively often, but I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to do like every second week or every week or something like that. But I don't know how, like, are you guys up for joining me
Yeah.
every now and again? I know that there's someone else that commented on one of my videos, saying that she'd like to try and do it one day.
Yeah.
So I feel like the more different people you can sort of talk to and everything,
Yeah.
the more interesting it is.
Yeah, definitely.
But I feel like we can definitely set a date for a live stream for the Hunger Games.
What might be a good date? What, like end of March, early April?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, to be fair, it's not a very long book, so I feel like we're all pretty
You can fly through
quick
that.
readers. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll work.
20th of March.
Yeah,
Yeah.
20th of March. That's fine.
That's just like the first date I saw
Is
in
that a
March.
Friday?
So
It's a Saturday.
Saturday.
It's a Saturday. Hmm.
I don't know if we want
we
to
can
change
do
the
that.
date, but I feel like the weekends are always.
Yeah, well, the only thing about the 20th of March is that's when the Becca's Bookopothon 48-hour readathon is going on.
Oh yeah.
So the two things that I'm thinking is, one, they're doing live streams the whole time, so like literally not because there's many people watching this, but like just in case, everyone will probably be over there, and also because I was thinking of tuning into the live streams.
Yeah.
The 27th.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
That's like literally exactly a month.
That gives everyone time to read. Yeah, read it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember anything from that book other than the fact that I didn't like it. So
It's like a
maybe
start.
I'll read it this time and I'll change my opinion. You never know.
I
I'm
feel
an
like we could do
open-minded
like a
person.
debate.
Yeah,
We could do a debate. Just have like Caitlin on the one side, Simran on the other.
It was literally
Yeah.
like, how dare you not like it? Did you hear that voice crack?
Yeah.
That was impressive. I just got too
Maybe
into
I'll
it.
just be. I'll probably be crying by the end if you do that to me. I'm a very emotional person.
All right, me too. I'll be crying as well.
We'll both just be there crying the whole time.
Oh god. No, okay.
Right.
Right, so should we say the 27th of March
Yeah.
at 12 p.m. GMT, the same as
Yeah.
this one? Perfect. So anyone that's actually watching, that's when the next, or the, like, we've definitely got a live stream going then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go then. I will see
I
you
feel like
guys.
5 hours is long enough.
Yeah. We're gonna go deep clean our house. Can't wait.
Oh, fun.
Have fun. Get rid of
Yeah.
that coronavirus. Right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.